Hello. Work done by a gas molecule in an isolated system is given by work done is equal to alpha beta square e raised to minus x square by alpha k t, where x is displacement, k is Boltzmann constant, and t is temperature. Alpha and beta are constants. Then the dimensions of beta will be equal to, given that energy dimensions or energy is equal to 3 by 2 kt. And now we have to get the dimensions of beta. So here we have to use the principle of homogeneity of dimension. This is question of units and dimension. So we can say that dimensions of exponential terms are dimensionless. Powers are also dimensionless. Okay, so power, when I say power, let's say x raised to 3. Okay, when I am saying x raised to 3, what it really means, it means I'm multiplying x with x 3 times. 3x are there multiplying with each other. So it is just the count of how many numbers are, how many times you're multiplying that. Okay, how many numbers are there in the multiplication. So powers are dimensionless. So this entire term is dimension x square upon alpha kt. So if it is dimension, so it is, I mean to say, entire term is power x square upon alpha kt. So powers are dimensionless. So we can say dimensions of x square upon alpha kt will be equal to 0, 0, 0. Okay, because that entire term is powers are dimensionless. So here I want dimensions of alpha. So what I can do here, dimensions of alpha, if I need, then dimensions of alpha, if I rearrange the terms, I will get dimensions of alpha equal to dimensions of x square upon dimensions of kt. Okay, dimensions of x square upon dimensions of kt. Now kt dimension we can obtain from this formula. Okay, energy is equal to 3 by 2 kbt. Here 3 by 2 is a constant and kbt or k into t. Okay, kb is actually Boltzmann constant here, but here it is written as k into t. Dimensions of that kt will be equal to dimensions of energy. So now here we can substitute dimensions of x. Okay, we are in the question, x is given as displacement, so dimensions of displacement will be L1 and there is square of x, so L2. In the denominator it is energy, so dimensions of energy are M1 L2 t minus 2. So here we have dimensions of alpha as well. Now dimensions of alpha are ready. We can solve this and get the dimensions of alpha. But our final goal is to find out dimensions of beta. So now we will use the rest of the equation. This part, there is equal to sign between work done and alpha beta square e raised to minus x square by alpha kt. So as we discussed, this exponential terms are dimensionless. So the e has no dimension. Now there is work done on one side, alpha into beta square on the other side. So, and there's an equal to sign between them. That means dimensions of left hand side and right hand side are same. So I can say dimensions of work equal to dimensions of alpha into dimensions of beta square. So beta square dimensions will be equal to dimensions of work done divided by dimensions of alpha. Okay, so here I can substitute values now. Dimensions of work are standard dimensions of work, that is M1 L1 t minus 2. Okay, dimensions of work and dimensions of energy are same, and dimensions of alpha, so this is dimension of alpha. Let's substitute that is L square, and this is going to be in the denominator. Okay, so this is M1 L2 t minus 2. Okay, now notice that this term and this term are same. Dimensions of work and dimensions of energy are same. So if I simplify this and pull this in the numerator, I am getting this entire numerator raised to 2. Okay, and in the denominator there is already L raised to 2. So now I want dimensions of beta, so I will do square root on both sides. So if I do square root on both sides, dimensions of the beta will be equal to, here bracket square cancel. In the denominator there is L square, that is also cancel. So what do we have here? We have m raised to 1, L raised to 2, T raised to minus T. In the denominator we have L only, single L. Okay, square and square root cancel. Okay, on the left hand side beta square was there, that is also square root cancel. So L1 cancel. Whatever is remaining, that is your dimensions of beta. So what is the remaining value here? Remaining is m raised to 1, L raised to 1, right? And T raised to minus 2. So m1 L1 T minus 2. That means correct answer will be option B. Okay, thank you. 4 identical particles of equal mass 1 kg, equal masses 1 kg are made to move along circumference of a circle radius 1 meter under the action of their mutual gravitational attraction. Speed of each particle will be. Okay, so let's visualize the path of the particle. So particle is moving, all particles are moving along a circular path. Okay, somewhat like this. Now let's say particles are here. Here there is one particle, opposite there is another particle, opposite there is one particle, and here likewise particle should be at the 4 corners. Okay, we can imagine a square shape is formed. So this is the situation in which all the 4 particles can move along the same circular path and will continue to move along the same circular path because of their mutual gravitational attraction. They all will be in this symmetric position. Okay, then only they can maintain their uniform circular motion along the same path with same radius, because if they are moving in the same path, same radius, they all are identical, then the arrangement has to be symmetric arrangement, and then only the force will be same on each of them. And if force is same, mass is same, radius is same, then only their motion will be identical. Okay, so they have to be arranged exactly in the symmetric manner. So if I draw a line like this, this will pass through center, and another line if I draw connecting the remaining 2 points, remaining 2 masses, that will also pass through center, and these 2 lines will be perpendicular. Okay, so particles are here. There is one particle here, one particle here, one particle here, one particle here. So the reason or the cause of circular motion is the centripetal force. I mean, we call the force which is responsible for circular motion as centripetal force. So here which force is playing the role of centripetal force? Their mutual attraction. So let's calculate what is the net attractive force because of the masses along the radius towards the center. Okay, in various circular motions, various forces play the role of centripetal force. So here also resultant gravitational force should be along the radius towards the center of the circle, and that resultant gravitational force because of the masses will be equal to centripetal force formula. I mean centripetal force required. Okay, so formula for centripetal force is mv square by r. Okay, we have to solve for speed of the particle, that is v. So here let's start with net force acting on the particle. So there will be one force like this, okay, applied by this particular particle. Let's call that force F1. Then there will be one more force applied by this particle, and this is gravitational force which is always attractive. So that's why every particle is pulling the 4th particle towards themselves. And then there will be one more force like this towards the 3rd particle, okay, applied by this. So all of them are of same mass. So let me write down their mass value. Mass is m for all of them. Let's write down m in the beginning, then eventually we will put the value of m. And writing the name of the force as well. So this force is F2, this force is F3. So now we have to get the resultant. So we can calculate resultant of F2 and F3 easily, because F2 and F3 are equal in magnitude. F2 and F3 are force between this mass and this mass. Similarly, force between this mass and this mass. Okay, so if I calculate force value here, F1, not F1, F2 or F3, F2 or F3, formula is Newton's law of gravitation, G m1 m2 by r square. So G m1 m2, both the masses are same, divided by r square. Now here what is r? R is this distance. So that distance we can obtain very easily by using Pythagoras theorem. So if I'm saying capital R to be the radius of the circle, then we can say small r square, visible? Yeah, small r square is equal to capital R square plus capital R square. So taking root on both sides, that will be root 2 times r. Okay, so here I will put, or we don't have to take a square root also, no, because we need actually r square in the calculation. So there is no need to take square root as well. I'll just write down r square here, and r square value will be equal to 2 capital R square. Capital R is radius of the circle. So here it will be gm square upon 2 into capital R square. So this is F1 value, F2 value and F3 value. Okay. Now we can calculate resultant of these two forces. Why I'm saying resultant of these two forces? Actually we have to get resultant of three forces, but I will add F2 and F3 first, because F2, F3 are identical. They are identical in magnitude. Their magnitude is equal. And if I get resultant of two such forces which are equal in magnitude, their resultant will bisect the F1, bisect the F2, F3 angle. F2, F3 angle means this angle. This is F2, F3 angle, that is 90 degree. With the simple geometry you can figure out this is 45, this is 45, total angle will be 90 degree. And since F2 and F3 are identical, their resultant will bisect angle between them. Angle between them is 90 degree. Bisecting them will be the force F dash. Correct? So F dash is resultant of only F2 and F3. F dash is resultant of only F2 and F3. So if I want magnitude of F dash force, magnitude of F dash force, that is resultant of just F1, F2 and F3, resultant of F2 and F3, then it is, here I'm going to use a very simple shortcut formula. I'm going to add two vectors having same magnitude. So that is going to be 2 into F2 or 2 into F3. Magnitude is same for both of them, into cos of theta by 2. So theta is going to be the angle between them, that is 90 degree, divided by 2. Okay. So this will give us value, but I am coming in front of you. So let me just vanish for a moment. Okay. So you can see the calculation. I'm here only, but in spirits. Just give me a moment. I will simplify this and I'll come back. So F2 value. F2 value is how much? F2 value is right above gm square upon 2r square. Okay, that is F2 value, and this is cos of 90 degree, cos of 90 by 2, that is 45, cos 45 1 by root 2. Okay, so this 2 and 2 cancel. We have value as gm square upon root 2r. Okay, so this is the resultant of F2 and F3. Now to get the final force, okay, now to get the final force, I will move to this side and we will continue the calculation. As you can see where, okay, here you can see now. Okay, so let's continue the calculation. So the final force that you will get along the radius towards the center will be resultant of F1 and F dash. Okay, so in total we had to add 3 forces, right? In total we had to add 3 forces. Now we have added F2 and F3, that is F dash, and now F dash will be added with F1. Okay, now F1 value is actually very simple value to calculate. F1 is force of attraction between this mass and this mass. So that we can calculate easily. G m1 into m2. So that will be m into m square, upon distance between them is 2 times the radius, diameter. So that will be 4r square. That is F1 value. Okay. And F dash value is right above gm square upon root 2 times r. Now this, this is the resultant force, and that is along the radius towards the center, that will play the role of centripetal force. Okay, so I will just simplify this little bit. I will take g m square common, r common, and what I'm remaining with is 1 by 4 plus 1 by root 2. Okay, and this is equal to necessary centripetal force. So necessary centripetal force is mv square upon r. Okay, so now we can cancel m, r, and take root on both sides. So if I take root on both sides, I will get answer for v. So v will be equal to under the root g m. Mass value is how much? 1 kilo. So mass value is 1 kilo. And here, and everything is there. We just have to solve that bracket. That's it. So if I solve that bracket, for that what I can do, we can rationalize this root 2 there itself. If I multiply divide by root 2, okay, let me show that for you. If I multiply divide root 2 here, so multiplying by root 2, dividing by root 2. Okay, so in the denominator we will have 2. So we can simplify this further and we will get in the bracket 1 plus 2 root 2. Okay, in the denominator, common denominator 4. Clear? Sorted? Multiplying and dividing by root 2. So in the denominator we will have root 2 into root 2, 2. Okay, then you do cross multiplication. That will give you 1 plus 2 root 2 upon common denominator 4. Now this 4 will be taken out of the root and final answer is ready. So if I take that 4 out of the root, look at the corner. If I take that 4 out of the root, then what is remaining in the numerator? V is equal to under the root g 1 plus 2 root 2. Out of the root in the denominator there will be root of 4, 2. So correct answer will be option C. This is the correct answer. Clear? Clear, clear. So the basic idea here is to understand that in various circular motions, different forces will be along the radius towards the center and they will play the role of centripetal force. Okay, so correct answer here is option C. A current through wire depends on time as t equal to alpha naught t plus beta t square. Alpha naught value is 20 ampere per second, beta value is 8 ampere per second square. Find charge crossed through a section of wire in 15 seconds. So current function is given. There are some constants whose values are also given, and we have to find out how much charge is passing through the section of a wire in 15 seconds. Okay, so here current function is given and we have to calculate charge, and current is changing with respect to time. So I will write the basic formula for instantaneous current, and instantaneous current I is equal to dq by dt. Correct? So if I rearrange this formula, then dq will be equal to I dt. That means this is tiny amount of current that will be passing through the conductor, through the wire in the span of dt. But this is okay for constant current, but current is not constant. So we are considering dq for the same purpose. dq is infinitesimally small amount of charge that will pass in the infinitesimally small time interval dt. And likewise I can calculate charge for small intervals and then add all those intervals, charge for all those intervals. That will give me the total charge. So adding that means adding those small part means integration. So let's integrate this on both sides. That will give us the charge passing through the conductor. Now here current function is given to us. I'll put the value of alpha as well. That is 20 into t plus beta value is 8. Beta value is 8 into t square into dt. Now this will go from 0 to time is 15 seconds. Okay. Now let's integrate this. This integration is basic 20 t square will t raised to 1, right? So that will be t raised to 2 upon 2 plus 8 t raised to 2 already there. Integration will be t raised to 3 upon 3. Now here we will write limits, upper limit 15, lower limit 0. Okay, so this is perfect division 10. Now 10 as it is, t replaced by upper limit, which is 15 square plus 8 into 15 cube divided by 3, and lower limit is all 0 only. If I put t0, then lower limit will make everything 0. Okay, so now we can simplify this. So to simplify this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take 15 square common. Okay, so 10 will be remaining from the first term, 8 will be remaining, and 115 will be remaining because there is 15 cube. So one of the 15 will be remaining, 15 square taken out. Okay, divide by 3. Why did this? Why did this? Because 3 and 15, that will be 5. So outside there will be 225 and this will be 50. Okay, clear? Now it is easy calculation to do. Answer will be 11250 coulomb. That is the amount of charge that is passing through the conductor. Clear? So this is our final answer. Correct option will be option A. A triangle plate, a triangle shaped plate is there, and if force, which is F bar, 4 I cap minus 3 J cap Newton is applied at point P, and torque at point P with respect to point O and Q in Newton centimeter is, assume the clockwise sense to be negative. Okay, so there is a triangular plate. You can see it's an equilateral triangle. All sides are 10 centimeter, angle 60 degree, and PQ are points you can notice. Now force is acting on point P and force vector is given 4 I cap plus minus 3 J cap, and we have to calculate torque of this force which is acting at point A about point O. So here we will use the basic torque formula. Torque is equal to R bar cross F bar. So we will need R bar. R bar is the position vector of the point where the force is applied with respect to the reference. So we have two references in the question. First with respect to point O. So if I take O point to be the reference, then position vector of point P from the origin is going to be your R bar. So I'll call it as R1 bar. Now to get R1 bar, I will need coordinates of point P. So those coordinates I can calculate with the help of geometry. So if I draw this dotted line, that will become x coordinate of point P, and if I draw this dotted line, that will become y coordinate of point P. Okay, so if I call this x and this y, visible? If I call this is x coordinate and this is y coordinate, so we can use geometry to find out x coordinate. So if I use this right angle triangle to find out x value and y value, so basic geometry, basic trigonometry, I'll go for sine. If this is 60, then this angle is also 60. If this is 60, alternate angle is also 60, and then I can go for cos of 60. So cos 60 will be adjacent side x, okay, upon hypotenuse, that is 10 centimeter. So from here I'm getting value for x. X is equal to cos 60 is half multiplied by 10. That answer is 5 centimeter. Okay, and then sine. Sine I will do here only, sine calculation. Sine of 60. See, I know you can solve this directly as well. You can take this is going to be the exact half of the side, that is half of 10, that will be 5, and the y coordinate is height of an equilateral triangle, so root 3 by 2 times the side. That is also formula. We can use trigonometry as well. So if I take sine of 60 the same, that will be opposite side. Opposite side is going to be length y coordinate upon height upon hypotenuse, that is 10. Okay, so this calculation, sine 60 is root 3 by 2, so that answer will give us y equal to 5 times root 3 centimeters. So now we have coordinates of point P as well. We have coordinates of point P. So P point coordinates are 5, 5 root 3 centimeters. So now we can calculate R1 bar very easily. R1 bar is position vector of point P, and that is equal to 3I cap plus 3 root 3 j cap. How do we get position vector of a point? We have coordinates, multiply coordinates by I, j, k. That is position vector. And now we can calculate torque, calling this as tau 1. So tau 1 will be equal to R1 bar cross F bar. So put R1 value. This is the position vector. So what I'm doing now, I'm calculating torque of force acting at point P about point O. So the R1 bar is my position vector that I will use in the cross product. So R1 bar is, I can take 5 common here while putting R1 bar. I can take 5 common. I'll be remaining with 1 into I cap plus root 3 into j cap. We have to do cross product with force vector. So force vector is directly available 4I cap minus 3 j cap. You can see this? Yes. Now we can do cross product. So to do cross product, you should recollect this sequence I, j, k. Okay, visible? Oh, not, this is not visible. Okay. So I'll come back here. I, j, and k. So if you follow this order, then answer will be positive, right? So let me complete the calculation now. Here I will keep 5 as it is. Now open the bracket the way you open regular brackets, multiply, but just be careful with the sequence. We cannot change the sequence. So 1 into 4, that will be 4 into I cross I. Okay, then 1 into minus 3, that is minus 3, then I cross j. Okay, then root 3 into 4, that will be 4 root 3 j cross I, and then finally 3 root 3 minus 3 root 3, and then j cross j. Okay, so now here we need to understand I cross I, j cross j, answer will be 0. So those terms will be gone. Whatever is remaining, that is our answer. So that we have to simplify. What is remaining now? Remaining terms are these. This is remaining, this is remaining, right? That we have to solve, and this is remaining, that we have to solve. So let's simplify that part. So writing it here now, to this is going to be 0, 5 outside as it is. Okay, first term is I cross I, that is gone, and this will be minus 3 I cross j. So follow this cycle, I cross j is equal to plus k. So minus 3 plus k cap. Okay, then plus 4 root 3 and j cross I. So j cross I, I'm going anti-clockwise, j cross I, that will be minus k. J cross I, that will be minus k. So here answer will be minus k cap. Okay. So now we can take k common and take the 5 inside. That is our final answer. So if I take 5 inside, this will be, I can take minus, okay, minus as it is. I'm not taking minus common. Minus 15 plus, not plus, even this will be negative because of the minus k. Even this will be negative. So minus 5 into 4, 20 root 3 k cap common. Okay, so this is your R1 bar. This is your R1 bar, and that is one of our answer. That is one of our answer. So options are such that even this much calculation you can complete, you will get the option. Okay, even if you do this much calculation, you can get the answer, isn't it? Minus 15 minus 20 root 3. So there's only one option, minus 15 20 root 3. Minus 15 minus 20 root 3. So that is option A. But for the purpose of understanding, we can solve the rest of the part as well. I will show you how to simplify the rest of the calculation, the second part of the calculation. So in the second part, we will have to calculate R2 bar. But now in the second part, R2 bar is position vector of P with respect to Q. I need to find out position of P with respect to Q. So that will be P bar minus Q bar. Okay, that will be P bar minus Q bar. So P bar value, we already have P bar, that is 5 I cap plus 5 root 3 j cap minus Q. Q is a point which is on the x-axis. Look at this, Q is a point on the x-axis. I'm showing it on the x-axis with a red circle. Now that point has x coordinate 10 and y coordinate 0. Okay, so what will be position vector here? Position vector will be 0 into I cap plus 0, 10 into I cap plus 0 into k cap. So 10 into I cap, 0 into k cap, we don't have to write down. Okay, so now we can simplify this. That will give us R2 bar. So plus 10 minus plus 5 I cap minus 10 I cap. So that is minus 5 I cap plus 5 root 3 j cap. Okay, so only this much part will change. The rest of the calculation will be exactly same. So to calculate torque in this second case, it will be R2 bar cross F bar. So the rest of the calculation will be identical as we did earlier. So putting R2 bar, I will take minus common, 5 common, minus I cap as it is, plus root 3 j cap as it is. Okay, so now I'm going to vanish here for some time and complete the calculation. This cross product with 4 I cap minus 3 j cap. Okay, now let's complete the calculation. So minus 4 into 1, that is minus 4, but this will be I cross I, that is going to be 0. Then 4 into root 3, that is 4 root 3 j cross I. Okay, then plus minus 1 into minus 3, minus 1 into minus 3, that will be plus 3 I. Okay, let me rewrite it. So minus 1 into minus 3, that will be plus 3 I cross j. And then finally minus 3 into root 3, okay, plus minus minus, and that will be j cross j. Okay, so again same thing, I cross I 0, j cross j 0. Okay, so this is gone, this is gone. Now we have to solve for the remaining two terms. So that value will be 5 outside as it is. This will be 4 root 3 j cross I. Okay, reference cycle is here. J cross I will give you minus k. So this is going to be minus k cap. Okay, now this calculation, so 3 as it is, I cross j, that is plus k cap. Okay, so now I can take 5 inside and k outside. So that will give me, I'll write positive term first, 5 into 3 15 first, minus 5 into 4 20. So 15 minus 20 root 3 k cap taken out. So this is torque in the second case. Okay, this is torque in the second case. So let me come back. So you have answered for torque in the second case. So now your option is A, verified. Clear? In an AC current, the equation is given as I equal to I1 sin omega t plus I2 cos omega t. A hot wire ammeter will give a reading of. So current equation is given. You can see it is addition of two different AC, I1 sin omega t plus I2 sin cos omega t. Now the reading will be RMS value. This is hot wire ammeter that is designed to give you RMS value as the final answer. So we want to get the RMS value of this current. So what we can do, we can take help of phasor diagram here. To draw phasor diagram, I'm going to just make one small arrangement in the given equation. So this is omega t, that is as it is, no change over there. I'm writing cos omega t as sine of omega t plus pi by 2, right? Sine of 90 plus theta, pi by 2 plus omega t will be cos omega t. So writing that cos as sine. Now this will help me to draw the phasor diagram easily. So I can draw phasor diagram here. So if I plot I1's phasor here in phasor diagram, what do? You're going to draw these current functions as if they are vector. Is it a vector? No, but we're gonna draw them like vector, where the I0 value, I1 value will be the peak value, will be the length of the phasor, and omega t will be the angle. So for ease of calculation, we can take t0 for both the cases. For both the times, t will be 0. If t is 0, it will be 0 for both of them. So if I put t0, then here I'm getting sine 0. So 0 is basically the angle, and that will become my length of the vector. So angle is 0. So it is overlapping the x-axis, and length of the vector is I1. Now if I make t0, as I did in previous, because it's the same function, t will be 0 for both of them at the same time. So t0, 0, then remaining is sine omega t. So angle is omega t, that will go as the angle of the vector. So I2 value will go as the length of the vector, and the remaining phase value will work as a angle of the vector. Okay, so are these vectors? No, but this is the tool. Phasor diagram is a tool that we use to solve questions of alternating current. So this is I1, and there will be I2 here. So this is phasor of I2. So I1 and I2, you can see there is a phase difference of 90 degree, pi by 2. Now to get the net peak vector, net peak EMF, maximum EMF, we can complete the parallelogram and join the diagonal. That will give me the net current, peak value of the net current, and that we can obtain very easily by Pythagoras theorem. See, that's the advantage of phasor diagram, where functions are not, the given quantity is not a vector quantity, but I can draw it like a vector quantity and treat it like a vector quantity, solve it like a vector quantity, and formula is still valid. So that's the main core idea of phasor. Okay, phasor is not applicable for every single term. It is applicable when there is a sine cosine variation. So I0 value will be obtained by Pythagoras theorem or parallelogram law of vector addition. So that will be standard, they are perpendicular to each other, so it will be I1 square plus I2 square. Now this is peak value, remember, but the hot wire ammeter is used, which will give you RMS value. So final step will be to calculate RMS value of the current, and we know the relation for RMS value. It will be peak value divided by root 2. Okay, so peak value is under root of I1 square plus I2 square divided by root 2. So we can keep the root 2 in the same root. That will give us the final answer. So if I combine the root, it will be under root of I1 square plus I2 square divided by 2. So correct answer here will be option B. A modern Grand Prix racing car of mass M is traveling on a flat track on a circular arc of radius capital R with speed v. If the coefficient of static friction between the tires and the track is mu s, then the magnitude of the negative lift Fl acting downward on the car is, assume forces on all four wheels, all four tires to be identical, and g value is acceleration due to gravity. G is basically acceleration due to gravity. and you can see answers are in terms of m, v square, g, r, mu s plus g minus g plus v square minus v square. In this term we have to answer. So if you first of all understand what is negative lift. So lift is a word which is usually used for aircraft, the upward force that aircraft gets, okay, aeroplane gets, that is lift. Now here it is negative lift. So on vehicle we don't want upward force, we want downward force, which will keep the vehicle grounded. So if I draw FBD, from the ground, so this is ground, this is the vehicle, and which all forces will be there in the FBD? There will be weight acting vertically downward, mg, right? There will be normal direction, I will use letter n for normal direction, and friction. So vehicle is here from the top view, and friction force will be along the radius towards the center. In this diagram, friction force will be directed like this. Okay. Now there is one more force here, which is negative lift. Now lift is usually lift force. Okay, it is not elevator. It is lift is a force which is upward. Here it is negative lift, so that will be acting downward. Okay, so that is FL. Now this vehicle is moving horizontally on a flat track. Vertically forces must be balanced. So vertically, let's balance the forces. So vertically, upward force normal direction N, and downward force mg and FL should be balanced. And now which force is playing the role of centripetal force? It is the frictional force. So frictional force will play the role of centripetal force, but I'm going with the extreme condition, assuming this is the maximum velocity with which we can execute the turn. So if that velocity is maximum, then the friction force will also be maximum, that is limiting frictional force, and that limiting frictional force will play the role of centripetal force, mv square by r. So limiting friction is mu s into normal direction n equal to mv square by r. Okay, so now I can put n value from our previous calculation. So I will put n value, that is mg plus fl, okay, and mv square by r, mu s shifted in the denominator. Okay, and then you can shift mg on the other side, everything else as it is, mg shifted to other side, and then you can take m common. So here if I take m common, then it will be v square upon r into mu s minus g. That is value of lift. Okay, so correct answer will be option B here. A car accelerates from the rest at a constant rate of alpha for some time, after which it decelerates at a constant rate beta and then comes to rest. If the total time lapsed is t seconds, then total distance traveled is, and answer is in terms of alpha, beta and t square. Okay, so we can solve this in multiple ways. One of the ways to draw graph of velocity versus time. So it starts from rest. So graph will start from 0, 0, and then graph will show increment in the velocity, and that increment will happen for some time, and then after that velocity will start to decrease and eventually it stops. Okay, that is given in the question. So velocity initially increases to certain value. Let's say it increases for, velocity increases. There was acceleration for t1 time, and then there was deceleration for t2 time. And the total time that is passed is t. Okay. Now, let's say the velocity that it acquires at the end of acceleration and at the beginning of the deceleration is v0. Okay, that is the maximum velocity that it achieves, that is v0. Now we can use acceleration value which is given. So I'm using first kinematic equation for the acceleration portion, where final velocity is assumed to be v naught, initial velocity is 0, acceleration is alpha, and time is t1. Okay. Similarly, I can solve for the second half of the motion. For second half also, I'm going to use the same formula. V is equal to u plus at, but now initial velocity will be v naught, right? And final velocity will be 0. Because I'm solving for the second half, there is deceleration, second part of the motion, when the deceleration happening. So acceleration value will be equal to minus beta and time t2. Okay, so here I'm taking acceleration negative, opposite to velocity, velocity taken positive, and it is deceleration, so acceleration is taken negative, opposite to velocity. Now from here I can get t1, t2 value, and I know total time, so I can write t1 as v naught by alpha, and similarly t2 as v naught by beta. So if I add these two values, that is t1 plus t2, that is equal to total time t. So on the left hand side, v naught plus alpha plus v naught upon alpha plus v naught upon beta is equal to t. So if I take v naught common, I am getting 1 by alpha plus 1 by beta is equal to t. Okay, visible? Yes. Now we can simplify this and we'll get answer for v naught, and that is going to be alpha into beta into t upon alpha plus beta. So this is the v naught value, but that is not our final answer. Our final answer is to calculate total distance traveled in the entire span. Now use the graph knowledge from kinematics. If you have velocity versus time graph, then area under velocity versus time graph will give you distance traveled. Here it will be distance and displacement same because it is traveling in the straight line. Okay, so we have to calculate this particular area, and that area will give us displacement. So that area will give us displacement equal to, now area value is half into base. Base is going to be t and height is v naught. So we can just put this v naught value that we have already calculated over here. Okay, so it will become alpha beta t. Already one t is there, so it become t square in the denominator 2 into alpha plus beta. Okay, that will be displacement. So this is our final answer, alpha into beta t square divided by 2 plus alpha plus beta, 2 into alpha plus beta. So what will be correct answer? Correct answer will be option C. Thickness at the center of a plano-convex lens is 3 millimeter and diameter of this lens is 6 centimeter. If the speed of light in the material of lens is 2 into 10 to power 8 meter per second, focal length of the lens is. Okay, so to find out focal length of the lens, we have to recollect Lensmaker's equation, which is 1 by f is equal to mu L by mu S minus 1 by R1 minus 1 by R2. So we need refractive index of the lens material, we need refractive index of the surrounding, we need R1, R2, radii of curvature for the lens. Okay, so to calculate this, we have some other information. We can use speed of the light in the lens material. Okay, whatever the lens is made up of, speed of light in that material is 2 into 10 to power 8. So that will help us to find out value of mu, that is refractive index of the lens. So that is C divided by V. C value is standard 3 into 10 to power 8 divided by V value is 2 into 10 to power 8. So refractive index of the lens material is 1.5. Okay. Now we will focus on the given information. So here understanding the data is very important. What exactly is given to you? So if you look at the lens from the front side, it is a circular shape. So that diameter is given as 6 centimeter. If you look at the lens from the front side, that diameter is given as 6 centimeter, and the thickness of the lens at its center, okay, lens will be having a specific thickness at the center, that thickness is given as 3 millimeter. So if I help you visualize this, something like this. So this is thickness. Okay, let me call that thickness T, and radius of curvature. So the lens material, where is lens here? In case you are wondering where is lens, lens is here. This is lens. Okay. Now let's assume the radius of curvature to be r. This is center of the curvature, and this is radius of curvature, that is r. So this length, if I connect from here all the way to here, that is also r, right? I will draw it once again with a different color. This length is also r. That radius of curvature we need for the calculation of focal length. So I will write down the formula of focal length. 1 by f is equal to mu l by mu s minus 1 into 1 by r1 minus 1 by r2. Okay, so in this I know refractive index of the lens, that is 1.5. Surrounding is as such not mentioned in the question, so I'm assuming it vacuum, air. So refractive index 1. Now 1 by r1 and 1 by r2. So r1 can be the left hand side curvature. So this left side curvature can be r1, and it is a plane surface, so radius will be infinity. And this right hand side curvature, it is not visible to you, my bad. So this left hand side curvature is r1, but that is going to be a flat line, so flat line curvature will be infinity. Okay, and this right hand side is r2. With sign convention, if I write, that is going to be minus r. Okay, with sign convention it is going to be minus r. So here 1 by r1 is infinity, 1 by r2 is, with sign convention it is minus, so minus minus plus. So 1 upon infinity, that becomes 0. So to further simplify this, I will get 0.5. Okay, 1.5 minus 1, that will be 0.5. 0.5 can be written as half into 1 by r. So now I have to calculate r value. Okay, then I will get 1 by f. Reciprocal will be my final answer. Clear? Now to get the r value, radius of that curvature, how will you use the given data? So we are given with the information that its diameter is 6 centimeter. Okay, so diameter of the lens means what is 6 centimeter? So from here to here, this dimension is given as 6 centimeter. Okay, I will highlight it once again with a different color. Pay attention. From here to here, this dimension is given as 6 centimeter. When you look at this lens from the front side, it will be a circle, and that circle's diameter is 6. From the side view, that height of the lens is going to be 6 centimeter. Okay, so if height is 6 centimeter, then this length from here to here, that length is half of 6, or right now I should write just d diameter d. Okay, I'm writing diameter, or let's write small r for that. Okay, so this length is small r. Now I have this vertical height small r in the right angle triangle. Can I get this length? Observe carefully. Can I get this particular length, that small length? Okay, to get that small length, I can write it as capital R minus small r, radius of curvature minus the smaller, not smaller, my bad, minus t. Okay, so you can notice that from the center to circumference it will be capital R. From center to circumference it will be capital R minus the thickness of that lens at the center. So the remaining lens part will be R minus T. So in this right angle triangle, now we can apply Pythagoras theorem. So I'm applying Pythagoras theorem here. So that will be capital R square equal to small r square plus R minus T the whole square. Okay, simple Pythagoras theorem. We can simplify this bracket now. Capital R square equal to small r square, and this is a minus b the whole square, a square minus 2ab plus b square. So r square cancel. Okay. Now this minus 2 RT shifted to the other side, it will become plus 2 RT. Remaining is r square plus t square. Now r is the radius of the lens, diameter of the lens is 6 centimeter. Lens will be, radius will be half of diameter, 3 centimeter. But look at the thickness. Thickness is 3 millimeter. That means 0.3 centimeter. Okay. So value of thickness is very small as compared to the radius. Value of thickness is very small as compared to radius. Its square will be even smaller. If I do t square and r square, the value of r square will be much higher than t square value. So since t is smaller than r and t square will be much smaller than r square, what I'm doing here, I'm writing r square plus t square approximately equal to r square. Okay, because thickness is very, very small, its addition will be a minor increment in the answer, so we can ignore it. Now if I ignore this, then you can simplify the rest of the number. That will give us capital R is equal to small r square upon 2 into thickness. So this is where we'll put all the values that we know. So radius of the lens is 3 centimeter divided by 2 into thickness. Thickness is 0.3 centimeter. Okay. So this will give us 10 divided by 2, that is 5. Okay. So radius of the curvature available, that is 5 centimeter. Now let's come back here, put radius value as 5 centimeter. Okay. So the final answer for the calculation will be reciprocal on both the sides, and that is 5 r square value. Oh yeah, there is a silly mistake here. Radius is 3, square I missed square, so let me just add that part. So radius square will be 9. So this is 30 upon 2. Okay. So radius is 15 centimeter. So come back here, radius 15, and now the final answer for focal length will be 15 into 2, 30 centimeter. Okay. So that is our final answer. 30 centimeter is focal length, and option D is correct. Given below are two statements. Statement 1, a seconds pendulum has time period of 1 second. Statement 2, it takes precisely 1 second to move between two extreme positions in a seconds pendulum. In the light of above statements, choose the correct answer from the options given below. So statement number 1 is incorrect. Seconds pendulum has time period exactly equal to 2 seconds. Here it is written 1 second. That's why statement number 1 is incorrect. Now statement number 2 is correct. It takes precisely 1 second to move between two extreme positions in a seconds pendulum. In seconds pendulum, time period is 2 seconds. So when body goes from one extreme, okay, say from the right extreme to left extreme, it covers half of the oscillation. Okay, it covers half of the oscillation. So for that half of the oscillation, time required will be half of time period. So for seconds pendulum, time period is 2 seconds. So divided by 2, it will take 1 seconds to go from one extreme to other extreme. So statement number 2 is true. So statement number 1 is false and statement number 2 is true. So A is correct option. Given below are two statements. Statement number 1, an electric dipole is placed at the center of a hollow sphere. The flux of electric field through the sphere is 0, but the electric field is not 0 anywhere inside the sphere. And statement number 2, if R is radius of a solid metallic isolated sphere and charge Q, that is the total charge on it, then electric field at any point on the spherical surface of radius small r is not 0, where small r is less than capital R. In the light of above statements, choose correct answer from the options given below. Okay, so if you take a simple electric dipole, then we know that electric dipole is made up of two equal and opposite charges placed near each other. It's a system of two equal and opposite charges placed near each other. And if such a dipole is placed within a sphere, then the net charge enclosed by the sphere is 0. Q net will be 0 plus Q minus Q. Net charge, total charge, effective charge is 0. Effective charge is 0. So as per Gauss law, what does Gauss law say? Gauss law says that total flux coming out of an enclosed surface is net charge within the Gaussian surface, enclosed within the Gaussian surface, divided by epsilon naught. Here net charge is 0, so flux is 0. But flux is 0, but still there will be electric field, and we have formula for that electric field. Electric field at any point at a distance r, there is a general formula at any distance r at any angle theta. Then there is formula for axial point, this formula for equatorial point. So electric field will be very much there within the sphere. Okay, but when you go for Gauss law application, when you go for total charge enclosed, total charge is 0, so net flux will be 0. Okay, and electric field will be there. Now the spherical surface has no effect on the electric field. It is just a spherical surface, that's it, nothing else. So the electric field will be there because of the charges, because of the dipole, and that will not be 0. Okay, so correct statement, statement number 1 is it's a correct statement, right? Electric flux is 0, but field is not 0. Now statement number 2 is R is the radius of a solid metallic sphere. Okay, so there is a solid metallic sphere like this, and in this solid metallic sphere there is charge everywhere, or it's a solid sphere, charge is given, and charge is capital Q, radius of that sphere is capital R, charge is Q, and now at distance R we have to find out electric field. Okay, now here we have to understand this is a solid metallic sphere, good conductor. So even if you try to give charge to the entire volume of the sphere, still all the charge will get settled on the outermost surface of that sphere. It will get settled on the surface of that sphere. So there is no charge inside the solid sphere. Okay, there is no charge inside the solid sphere. So here if I try to apply Gauss law for a Gaussian surface of radius small r, then there is no charge within the metallic surface. The charge, whatever charge we gave, is settled on the outer surface. So there is no charge in the volume. So in this zone, there is no charge, no electric field. So electric field here is equal to 0 at location r less than capital R. So in the question it is given as not 0. So that's why statement 2 is incorrect statement. Okay, so statement 1 is correct and statement 2 is incorrect, false. So C is correct option. Given below are two statements. One is labeled as assertion A and the other is labeled as reason R. Assertion A: when a rod lying freely is heated, no thermal stress is developed in it. Reason R: on heating, length of the rod increases. In the light of the above statements, choose the correct answer, okay, from the options given below. So A is false and R is true. Both are true and R is correct explanation of A. A is true, R is false, and A and R both are true and R is not correct explanation of A. These are the options. So let's read the statement, the assertion part once again. When the rod is freely lying, okay, lying, it's so there is no obstacle, there is no opposition to the rod, it's just open and we're just heating the rod. Now if you're heating the rod, rod will expand. Okay, rod will expand. So if the rod is expanding, so statement R, reason statement R is a correct statement. On heating, length of the rod increases. Now thermal stress is developed or no? Answer is no. So we are just keeping the rod freely on surface where there is no friction as well. And when you heat the rod, so rod wants to expand, rod will expand. If rod wants to expand, because of the heating, rod will expand. So there is no reason for stress to be developed. When thermal stress is developed, when you keep the length of the rod same and then you heat the rod. So you heat the rod, so rod wants to expand, but you are keeping it at the same length. Or other way around, you reduce the length of the rod by trying to change the temperature, you cool it down. So rod wants to now contract, but you don't allow it to contract. You hold the ends rigidly, you clamp the ends rigidly. So rod wants to contract, but you're not allowing it to contract. So then thermal stress will be developed. So thermal stress is developed when rod wants to expand or contract, but you are not allowing that change. So here it's freely placed, so there is no stress developed. So assertion is an independently correct statement. On heating, length of the rod increase, this is also a correct statement. But the explanation is not there. The explanation of the no stress is not given. It just simply mentioned when the rod is heated, its length will increase. Okay, which is not the correct explanation for no thermal stress. Explanation should have been, since there is no obstacle to the change in length of the rod, no thermal stress is developed. Okay, we are not keeping the length of the rod constant even though we are changing the temperature. Rod wants to expand, it will expand. So it's very simple. So whenever you want to do something and then you're not allowed to do that, then the stress will be developed. Here rod wants to expand, but you're not allowing it to expand, then stress will be developed. Or rod wants to contract, you're not allowing it to contract, then stress will be developed. Here it's free, so no stress. Okay, so correct answer here will be option D. An alpha particle and a proton are accelerated from the rest by a potential difference of 200 volt. After this, the de Broglie wavelength are lambda alpha and lambda p respectively. Ratio of lambda p by lambda alpha is. So when a charged particle is at rest and you apply a potential difference, okay, it will acquire velocity, it will acquire kinetic energy. So that kinetic energy acquired by the charged particle will be the work done by the battery. So that is charge multiplied by the potential difference. So the potential difference that was produced here, that is 200 volt here, that was doing work of giving velocity to the charged particle. So whatever work is done by the battery is equal to kinetic energy acquired by the charged particle. Okay, this is basic concept from electrostatics. Now we have to solve for de Broglie wavelength. So de Broglie hypothesis, lambda is equal to h by p, where h is Planck's constant and p is linear momentum. So that linear momentum can be also written as 2 into m into kinetic energy. See, we know this formula for kinetic energy is half m v square, but there is one more formula, p square by 2m. So if you rearrange this formula, you get under root of 2m ke. Here I can write down kinetic energy as charge into potential difference. Charge into potential difference. Now h is constant, 2 is constant here. V, the potential difference used for both the charges, that is also same. So we can say that de Broglie wavelength is inversely proportional to square root of mass multiplied by charge. So we can use this proportionality to establish a ratio. De Broglie wavelength of proton to that of alpha particle is equal to whole under the root and its inverse relation. So mass of alpha particle into charge of alpha particle divided by mass of proton into charge of proton. Okay, so we can substitute now this information. Mass of alpha particle is helium nucleus, 2 proton 2 neutron. So approximately mass will be 4 times mass of one single proton, and charge of alpha particle will be charge of 2 proton, that is plus 2e, divided by mass of proton as it is and charge of proton is just e. Okay, so this and this cancel. We have 2 root 2 as ratio of lambda p by lambda alpha. Now we can simplify this because options are in decimal. So root 2 value 1.4, 1.414, I'm writing 1.4, and this multiplication will give us 2.8. Okay, so ratio is 2.8. Correct answer is option A. an engine of a train moving with uniform acceleration passes the signal post with a velocity u. Okay, so engine passes with a velocity u, but the train has acceleration, so speed is constantly increasing. So the last compartment crosses the same signal post with the velocity v. So what does it mean? By the time train has crossed that entire light post, it has covered its entire length, then by that time its velocity has increased to v. Okay, so we can visualize this. Suppose this is where the light post is and train is initially here. Okay, at that moment velocity of the train is u, and when train will cover its own length, then we can say train has completely crossed. The last compartment will be at the signal post when the diagram will look like this. Correct? So this is engine and this is last compartment. This is engine and this is now last compartment. Okay, so how much engine has traveled? Engine has traveled equal to length of the train, that is d. So when engine did a displacement or the train did displacement of d, then speed was increased to v, and there was uniform acceleration in the entire motion. So we can use kinematic equations here because acceleration is uniform, so we can use kinematic equation. So this is first part of the question. What we need to calculate in the question is velocity with which the middle point of the train will pass the signal post. Okay, velocity with which the midpoint of the train will pass the signal post. So we have to visualize a scenario. I will draw it parallel here. This is the signal post. So the diagram will look like this. Okay, this is the last compartment, this is the engine, and here we are at the middle of the train. So now what is the velocity of the train? Let's call that velocity v dash. Now at this stage, how much is the displacement of the engine? Think about it. That is the key element in the question. Now the displacement to completely cross the train, so that the last compartment is as a signal post, we have to cover the entire length of the train, assumed to be d. But now we have to solve only for the midpoint. So now the displacement of the engine will be d by 2. Okay, and now what is the velocity? Even at this point also acceleration is same. So what I can do here, I can use third kinematic equation. V square is equal to u square plus 2as. Okay, so if I study the entire journey, complete journey, then final velocity is v only, initial velocity is u. Okay, acceleration is unknown and displacement is d. Now this is for the complete journey. Now I will study the same thing, but for the journey from the beginning up to the middle point. So same formula, but I'm studying this only up to the middle point. So final velocity is v dash. That is what we need to find out. Initial velocity will be u, acceleration a, and displacement is going to be half of the earlier displacement, d by 2. Okay, so now we have this equation and we have this equation. We have to solve them. See, answer is in terms of v and u. So what I will do, I will subtract the two equations. We can subtract it, or I mean, we have to solve these two equations, linear equations with two variables, however we want to solve. So what I will do, I will multiply this 2 on both sides. That will give me 2 into v dash square, 2 into u square plus 2 into a into d. I'm calling this as equation number 2. Okay, you can see. Now we have this equation and this equation. We can simplify them. How will I simplify them? I want to find out v dash value and I don't want a or d in my answer. So I will just subtract the two equations. That will give me the answer. Okay, so if I subtract these two equations, on the left hand side. I'm calling this as equation number 1 and calling this as equation number 2. So I'm doing 2 minus 1. So on the left hand side it will be 2v dash square minus v square. On the right hand side you can see that 2ad in the subtraction it will get cancelled, and 2u square minus u square. Okay, so 2v dash square, this will be u square, and v dash square minus v square will be shifted to this side, this will be plus v square. Okay, so v dash value will be equal to u square plus v square divided by 2 whole under the root. I have to take square root at the end because it is v dash square. So to get v dash value we will take root on both sides, and then final answer is ready. Okay, so correct answer here, correct option here is option B. A proton, a deuteron and an alpha particle are moving with the same momentum in uniform magnetic field. Ratio of magnetic forces acting on them is, and their speed is in the ratio. Okay, so we have to get ratio of magnetic force acting on them and ratio of speed. So all of them have same momentum, so that is much easier thing to calculate. Momentum is same for all of them. So momentum, as you know, it is mass into velocity. So your velocity will be inversely proportional to mass because momentum is same for all of them. They all have same momentum, right? So speed of proton is to speed of deuteron is to speed of alpha particle. Okay, is equal to 1 by mass of proton is to mass of deuteron is to mass of alpha particle. So now we can put the values here. Mass of proton is just m. Okay, then deuteron is hydrogen isotope's nucleus. Okay, and that has 1 proton and 1 neutron, so that mass will be 2 times m. And alpha particle is helium nucleus, which has 2 protons and 2 neutrons, so that mass will be 1 by 4 times m. Okay, so m cancel and multiply the entire thing by 4. Okay, so you will get 4 is to 2 is to 1. Okay, so 4 is to 2 is to 1 is the ratio of speed. So 4 is to 2 is to 1 is only in one option. Okay, so actually we don't have to solve this further, this is it. But for purpose of learning we will solve the rest of the part as well. So the rest of the part is calculation for force. Now force acting on a charged particle moving in a magnetic field, that formula is F is equal to Q V bar cross B bar. F bar is equal to Q V bar cross B bar, where F is force acting, force applied by the magnetic field, Q is charge, V is velocity, B is magnetic field. Now here we can see that it is velocity is also different. I mean velocity is also in relation. What I can do here is notice that if I convert this in terms of magnitude, then the formula will be QVB sine theta. Okay, so it is proportional to charge into velocity. Or I can multiply this by mass and divide this by mass. So then I will get force is charge, mass into velocity will give you momentum, magnetic field sine theta in the denominator mass. So momentum is same mentioned in the question. They are all entering in the same magnetic field. So B is also same. And I'm assuming they are all entering along the same direction with magnetic field. So theta is also going to be same. So we can say that force is proportional to Q by M. Okay. So now we can establish this ratio here. So force acting on proton is to force acting on deuteron is to force acting on alpha particle is equal to, now charge of proton upon mass of proton, charge of deuteron upon mass of deuteron, charge of alpha particle upon mass of alpha particle, right? Now just put the value. So charge of alpha particle, sorry, charge of proton will be just E, mass we have already written M. Then charge of deuteron, deuteron is hydrogen isotope, 1 proton, 1 neutron. So 1 proton's charge will be E, mass is 2 times M. and then alpha particle's charge is, alpha particle has 2 protons, so 2 times E upon mass of alpha particle will be 4 times M. Okay, so this is cancel, 1 remaining, this is cancel, half remaining, this is also cancel, half remaining. Okay, cool. So now to simplify this, I can multiply both sides by, multiply the entire equation by 2. So if I multiply by 2, I will get 2 is to 1 is to 1. Okay, so 2 is to 1 is to 1. So answer is verify. Correct answer is option C. A wire of 1 ohm has a length of 1 meter. It is stretched till its length increases by 25%. The percentage change in the resistance, okay, to the nearest integer is. So you are elongating the wire, stretching the wire. So let's say original wire was like this. Okay, original cross section area is A1, original length is L1. And now you stretch the wire and the length of the wire increases by 25%. Length of the wire increases by 25%. So new length is L2, but the amount of material is there in the wire will remain same. So if the length is increasing, then cross section area will decrease. So the new cross section area is A2. Original cross section area was A1. It is bigger. Now cross section area is reduced, A2. Okay. Now, since the total amount of material in the wire will remain same, its shape is changing, length is increasing, area will decrease, but the total volume will remain same, total mass will remain same, total volume will remain same. So volume will be cross section area A1 into length L1, and later on cross section area A2 into length L2. Now what is the relation between L1 and L2? We can establish that as well. So in the question it is given that the final length is initial length plus 25% of the initial length. The increment is 25%. Okay, so L1 plus 25% of L1. 25% means 25 by 100 times L1. So this is perfect division 4. So that gives us 5 by 4 times L1. Okay, so area A1, length L1, area A2, L2 value, I can replace this value of L2 over there, that is 5 by 4 times L1. Okay, so L1 cancel, and this is a ratio for A1 by A2 we can figure out, or A2 by A1. The ratio for A2 by A1, that ratio will be 4 by 5. So we have ratio for area. Now let's recollect formula for resistance of wire. Formula for resistance of wire. Resistance of wire R is equal to rho L upon A. Now rho is material. Material is same. Okay, its shape is changed, but material is still same. So resistivity will remain same. Length will change, area will change. So we can convert this into ratio. It is proportional to R, L by R. So I can say R2 by R1 is equal to L2 by L1, because length directly related and area inversely related. So A1 by A2, inverse relation. So R2 by R1 equal to L2 by L1, because length in direct relation, area inverse relation, so order is opposite, A1 by A2. Now we can substitute, we have value for A1 by A2, A2 by A1. We can put both the values, and that will give us answer for R2 by R1. So R2 by R1, see I can rearrange this to get substitution for L2 by L1. Okay, that will be 5 by 4. So L2 by L1 is 5 by 4 multiplied by A2 by A1 is 4 by 5. I need A1 by A2. Sorry, yeah, I need A1 by A2. So this is A2 by A1. I need A1 by A2. So that substitution will be 5 by 4. So final answer for R2 will be, this is 25 by 16 into, or we can just keep this on the same side for time being. Okay, or put the value of R2 as R1 as well. It's not a big deal because very simple, very small value of R1. R1 is 1 ohm. So we are getting answer for R2. So let me just put the value of R1, that is 1 ohm. Okay, so this is answer for R2. What we need to find out is percentage change, correct? So now I'm writing equation for percentage change. So percentage change in the resistance will be change upon original multiplied by 100. Okay, so split the denominator now. R2 by R1 minus R1 by R1, 1 multiplied by 100. So this value is right here, or just R1 value is already available, no? So there is no need to split the denominator also. We can just put the value of R1. R1 is 1. Okay, so R2 value is 25 by 24 minus 1 into 100. Okay, so this cross multiplication will give you, this calculation will give us 1 by 24 multiplied by 100. So this calculation is approximately 4. Approximately 4. We have to calculate percentage change in the resistance. Oh, my bad. This is 16, not 24. That's why we're getting wrong answer. So this will be 16. Okay, so here I will substitute 16. Correction. This is 16, and this cross multiplication will give us answer 9 by 16. Okay, so 900 divided by 16. So to do approximate calculation, what I can think of is, if I take 16 as 15, okay, then this division is perfect. This will be 60%. So if I divide by 15, my answer is 60. But if I divide by slightly bigger number, instead of 15, I'm supposed to actually divide by 16. So if I divide by slightly bigger number, then my answer will be slightly smaller than 60. Smaller than 60 means 56. Option C will be correct. Draw the output signal Y in the given combination of gates. So how the values of A and B, the inputs, they are changing. We are given in terms of a graph, and circuit diagram is given. So you can first identify the gates. So the gate that you see, this is a NAND gate. Okay, then this is a OR gate, and then there is a NOT gate. Okay, so now let's trace the circuit. Now this is, you can see that A is duplicated and then it is given as an input for NAND gate. So this is a standard result that we have to remember. If you use a duplicate input for NAND or NOR gate, when you use duplicate input for NAND or NOR gate, it behaves like a NOT gate. So this will become A bar. Okay, and then this is B. So this A and B will go as input, A bar and B will go as an input to OR gate. So for OR gate, symbol is plus, and then after that there is a NOT gate. So negation of entire thing. Okay, so this is duplicate input given to NAND gate behaves like a NOT gate. So A becomes A bar, that A bar and B goes as an input to OR gate. So A bar and B, there is plus sign between them, plus is symbol for OR gate. And then after that there is NOT gate, so negation over everything, bar over everything. So here I will simplify this by using De Morgan's theorem. Split the bar, flip the sign. Split the bar, flip the sign. So this will become A bar bar, plus will become dot, and then B bar. Okay, so A bar bar, that is double negation, that will become A dot B bar. Okay, now for this circuit, for this output, we have to figure out which output circuit is correct, which output graph is correct. So we can draw truth table to figure out the final answer. So I'm drawing truth table here, where input A is needed, input A is needed, input B is needed, and then B bar is also needed. So I'm drawing truth table for the final circuit, final equation that we got. This is Boolean equation that we got. So A, B, standard inputs 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Now B bar is there, so negation, that will be 1, 0, 1, 0. Okay, and now we will solve for the output, which is A dot B bar. Now what is A dot B bar means? Dot means AND gate. Dot means AND gate. And for AND gate, what is the logic? When both inputs are 0, then only 0. So now we have to do AND between which two gates? Between which two columns? Between this and this. We have to solve these two columns and do AND operation between them. So for AND gate, when both inputs are 1, then only 1. When both inputs are 1, then only 1, otherwise 0. So here you can see that both inputs are 1, then output will be 1. Otherwise there is no both inputs are 1, so otherwise answer will be 0. Okay, so this is our reference table that we will be using to solve the circuit. Okay, so now what we will focus on? We will focus on this column and this column. These are your main inputs A and B, which are given in the question, A and B. Okay, and accordingly output should be this. Okay, so now we will check when are we getting output equal to 1. Okay, when I'm getting output equal to 1, when A is 1 and B is 0. A is 1 and B is 0. So now observe the graph carefully. Observe the graph carefully. When A is 1 and B is 0. A is 1 and B is 0. The first part 0 to 1 second. A 1, B 0. Then my output should be 1. So you can see here output is 1 in the first 0 to 1 second. Here also output is 1 in 0 to 1 second. Okay. So right here we can eliminate option A and option C. Okay. And option C we can eliminate right before that, because here it's giving you all the possibilities to be 0 only, which is not the truth table that is giving us. Now let's go to one more scenario. Can we have one more case where A is 1 and B is 0? Here in 1 to 2 second, both of them 1. A is 1, B is 0 is at the end. Okay, between 4 to 5. Notice that same combination is repeated at between 4 to 5. A is 1 and B is 0. So A is 1, B is 0. Then output should be 1. So between 4 and 5, output should be 1. So you can see that in graph B, output is 1 between 0 and 1 and between 4 and 5. So correct answer or correct option here is option B. Okay, we can verify for the other combinations as well, like for 1 to 2 seconds A value is 1 and B value is also 1. See what happens when A is 1, B is 1. When A is 1, B is 1. A is 1, B is 1. Final answer should be 0. So is the graph correctly depicting that? When A is 1, B is 1, answer is 0. Correct? So likewise you can verify also. Correct answer will be for option B here. The recoil speed of a hydrogen atom after it emits a photon in going from n equal to 5 to n equal to 1 state will be. Okay. So when electron will jump from n equal to 5 to n equal to 1, it will have excess energy. And that excess energy will be thrown out in the form of photon. So photon is being thrown out. So photon has some momentum. So just like gun recoil, here photon shoots out. So hydrogen will recoil just like gun recoils when the bullet is fired. So we have to find out the velocity of that hydrogen atom when the electron or the photon is thrown out, when electron will jump from the higher orbit to lower orbit. So when electron will jump from n equal to 5 to n equal to 1. So we have to understand what is going to be the energy level. So suppose this is ground state. This is second orbit, this is third orbit, this is fourth orbit, and then there is fifth orbit. Now energy levels for hydrogen atom are standard, so we have to remember them. So 136, 34, 151, 085, 54. Okay, 136, 34, 151, 085, 54. So when electron will jump from n equal to 5 to n equal to 1, it will throw out some energy, and because of that photon will acquire some momentum. Photon will have some momentum, and because of momentum in one direction, hydrogen will move in opposite direction. So we can use principle of conservation of linear momentum. I can say total initial momentum is equal to total final momentum. Initial momentum is 0. Hydrogen is not moving initially. Let's assume that, as such not mentioned in the question. So it is at rest, and then it will be throwing photon out. So momentum of the photon and momentum of the hydrogen should be equal in value but opposite in direction, so that the final momentum will become 0 as initial momentum was 0. Principle of conservation will be applicable. Principle of conservation of linear momentum. So momentum of photon is equal to momentum of hydrogen. So momentum of photon is h by lambda, formula for momentum of photon, and this will be mass of hydrogen into velocity of hydrogen. So this velocity we have to calculate. Okay, mass of hydrogen is mass of protons, standard value. H value is standard lambda value, or h by lambda is momentum. To find out the momentum, we can use the Bose model. That is, the difference in the energy will be thrown out in the form of photon. Okay, so difference in the energy will be final higher energy minus initial energy, lower energy. So higher energy will be minus 0.54 minus 13.6. Okay, this will be difference in the energy but in electron volt. So if I multiply it by E, then answer will be in joule. That is equal to hc by lambda. So now instead of solving for everything, I can just keep h by lambda on one side and shift everything else on the other side. So that will give me 13.06 into E upon C. Okay, that is equal to h by lambda. Okay, so let's come back here and substitute that value. H by lambda is actually momentum of photon 13.06 into E. E value is 1.6 into 10 raised to minus 19 divided by C, that is standard value 3 into 10 raised to 8. Okay, so that is your left hand side, and for right hand side it is mass into velocity of hydrogen. Mass is 1.67 into 10 raised to minus 27 kg. Okay, into V is the only unknown here. Okay, so here we can do approximate calculation, writing 13.606 as 13, then 1.6 and 1.67 gone, divided by 3 is there, and now 10 raised to minus 27 plus 27, this will be equal to V. Okay, 88 will move up, that will become minus 19 minus 8, minus 27, and minus 27 on this side. So they will take care of each other. Now this ratio, okay, will give us answer close to 4.17. Okay, slightly bigger than 12, so 4.17 will be the correct answer here, option D. A tuning fork A of unknown frequency produces 5 beats with a fork of known frequency, that is 340 hertz. When the fork A is filed, number of beats or beat frequency reduces to 2 beats per second. Earlier there were 5 beats, now it is 2 beats per second. What is the frequency of the fork A before filing? Okay, what is the frequency of the fork A before filing? Okay, so earlier 5 beats per second were produced, and now 2 beats per second are being produced. So to approach this, we will consider a vertical number line. We will write down the frequency of the known fork that is 240 hertz, right? And the other tuning fork, the unknown one, was producing 5 beats. So the difference in the frequency is equal to number of beats. So the other tuning fork can be either plus 5 or minus 5. So the frequency of that tuning fork A will be either 345 hertz or 335 hertz, correct? Then only the difference is 5 and number of beats can be 5. So 335, 345, both of them are there in the option. Now this is initial value. Now what you do, you file the tuning fork, okay? When you file the tuning fork A, its mass will reduce, frequency will increase, and if frequency increases, but number of beats reduces to 4. The tuning fork's individual frequency will increase, but the number of beats, that means the gap between the known unknown tuning fork, will reduce to 2. So here I will do trial and error. So if I assume 345 is the original frequency, and if I file this tuning fork A having 345 frequency, if I file it, okay, that means I'm in removing mass, then frequency will increase. So this 345 will shift above in the number line. It will become 346, 347, okay, it will become 346 or 347. Then if it becomes 346, 347, then what is happening with the difference between the frequencies? The difference between the frequencies, the gap between the frequency of the known and unknown tuning fork is increasing. The gap will become 6, then 7, then 8. So no matter how little or how much you will file this tuning fork, which is already at frequency 345, the gap, the frequency of tuning fork A will become higher, and the difference between known unknown tuning fork will also increase. So in this case, number of beats are increasing, which is not the case in the question. Number of beats are actually decreasing. So correct answer has to be 335. It should start from 335 and then you file it. So the frequency will increase to 334. Okay. 336 increment. So 336, 337, thereby reducing the gap between them. So in this case, number of beats are decreasing, which are mentioned in the question. Okay, so correct answer has to be 335 hertz. Option B is correct. Two steel wires having same length are suspended from a ceiling under the same load. If the ratio of their energy stored per unit volume is 1:4, ratio of their diameters is. Okay, so there are two steel wires, both of them are steel wires, so Young's modulus is same. They have same length as well, original length is same. They are suspended from the ceiling under the same load, so both of them are experiencing the same weight, same load is applied to deform them. And their ratio of energy density, energy per unit volume is given. You have to get the ratio of diameter. Now recollect formula for energy density. Energy per unit volume is half into stress. Half into stress into strain. So stress formula, okay, stress formula has area. Stress is applied load upon area, pi r square. So stress I want to keep in the equation, but strain is not given in the question, and calculating strain will be another task. So instead of that, let's try to eliminate strain. So what I can do here, I can use Young's modulus formula and write substitution for strain. Strain will be equal to stress upon Young's modulus. Young's modulus is stress upon strain. Strain will be stress upon Young's modulus. So if you substitute this in above equation, then what are we getting? Energy density per unit volume will be half into stress into strain replaced as stress upon y. So there will be stress square upon y. Now the advantage of converting this in terms of y is same because they are both are steel wires. So Young's modulus is also same. Now here I can write down stress formula. Stress is force upon cross section area. So cross section area can be written as pi r square or pi d square by 4. Instead of radius, I'm writing diameter by 2. So pi d square by 4, the whole square. So if you notice carefully, everything else here is constant. What is remaining? If I simplify this, I'm getting f square. Okay, this is part of the root only, part of the bracket only. So 4 square will be 16. Then in the denominator we have 2 into y into pi square and d raised to 4. So notice that energy density is inversely proportional to d raised to 4. So energy density, I'm writing just u now, u1 by u2 is equal to d2 by d1, the whole raised to 4. So u1 by u2 is 1 by 4 given in the question, energy density ratio, and this is equal to d2 by d1, the whole raised to 4. So now if I take square root on both sides, I will get 1 by 2 and this will be d2 by d1. So if I take square root, then I'll have only power 2. Square root of 4 will be, d2 by d1 raised to 4, and square root will be power half. So 4 by 2, 2. Now I will take square root, but in the question, see, there is root 2 is to 1 and 1 is to root 2, 1 is to 2 and 2 is to 1. So whenever this kind of confusion is going to be there, always, and they don't mention the exact order, always go with first is to second. Okay, so we will take square root, this will be 1 by root 2 and that will be d2 by d1. Okay, and there comes the final answer, d1 by d2 is equal to root 2 by 1. Okay, so this is our final answer. So final answer is option A. Option A is correct. A metallic rod of length L is tied to a string of length 2L made to rotate with angular speed omega on a horizontal table with one end of the string is fixed. If there is a vertical magnetic field B in the region, EMF induced across the end of the rod is. Okay, so let's say this is the thread and at the end there is rod. Rod is of length L and thread is of length 2L. Let's call one end of the rod A, the other end of the rod, let's use different symbols, P and Q. Okay, this is the fixed point. And about this rod is rotating in this sense, omega. And magnetic field is perpendicular to the table, maybe dot, maybe cross, but it is perpendicular. Now, this is case of a conductor moving in uniform magnetic field. So this is motional EMF condition. In motional EMF, there is formula for linear motion, BLV, and there's formula for rotational motion also, that is B omega L square by 2. So here I will calculate EMF induced, okay, between point P and point O. Okay, between point P and between point O, EMF induced will be B omega L. So distance of point P from O, that will be 2L divided by 2. Okay, B omega 2L square divided by 2. So I'm getting potential difference between point P and point O. Okay, similarly I can calculate potential difference between point Q and O. So if I solve for Q and O, so Q point is at a distance of 2L plus L, total 3L distance. So that will be B omega 3L square divided by 2. Okay, clear? So here I am solving it as if there is a complete rod, but now we have to solve only for potential difference between PQ. This is for P with respect to O, Q with respect to O. But what we have to solve for is between P and Q. So we can subtract these two. We can expand this as EP minus EO, EQ minus EO. Okay. And now we can subtract them. So if I subtract them, EP minus EO minus EP minus, sorry, EQ minus EO. So on the other side, B, omega and L, that will be as it is, and this is equal to 2L square minus 3L square. Okay, so now we can simplify this. This will be EP minus EQ equal to B omega by 2 as it is, and we can simplify this. This will be 4 square minus 9 square, that is minus 5L square. Okay, now the minus sign is not significant in this calculation. Reason being, I have not followed the right hand rule and figured out which point is at higher potential, which point is at lower potential, because that doesn't matter to the question. Okay, what matters is difference between P and Q. Both are on the same side. So because exact direction of magnetic field is not given. Okay, it is mentioned that magnetic field is vertical and the table is horizontal, but it is dot or cross, that we don't know. So we can solve only for the magnitude here, not exactly for the polarity. Okay, so magnitude of the potential difference will be B omega, 5B omega L square by 2. So correct answer will be option D. A resonance circuit having inductance and resistance of 2 into 10 to the power minus 4 Henry and 6.28 ohm respectively oscillates at 10 megahertz frequency. Okay, so the resonance frequency for the given circuit is 10 megahertz. Okay, value of quality factor of this resonator is, Q value we have to calculate, pi value 3.14. Okay, so Q value, quality factor of a given resonator is resonant frequency divided by bandwidth. Okay, omega is resonant frequency and delta omega is bandwidth, or we can also write this as FR upon delta F. Okay, right now we will use first formula. So omega R, resonant frequency, that we can calculate with the help of 2 pi FR. Okay, and delta omega is a standard formula, R by L. So we can simplify this. This is 2 pi FR into L by R. Okay, so now put the value here. 2 into pi value 3.14. Resonant frequency is 10 megahertz. Mega is 10 raised to 6 into L, inductance 2 into 10 to the power minus 4, and resistance is 6.28. So if you notice that 6.28 is 2 pi, so I'm writing this as 2 pi. Okay, so this into this, that is 2 pi, and this is also 2 pi, cancel, and now we can write 20 into 10 to the power plus 2, plus 6 minus 4, plus 2 will be remaining. So answer will be 2000. Okay, that's it. That is your final answer, 2000. An electromagnetic wave of frequency 5 gigahertz is traveling in a medium whose relative electric permittivity and relative magnetic permeability both are 2. Its velocity in its medium, in this particular medium, is, okay, so we know that speed of light in vacuum, speed of EM wave in vacuum is 1 upon root of mu naught into epsilon naught, and that is a standard value 3 into 10 to the power 8 meter per second. Now speed of EM wave in any other medium will be 1 upon under root of mu into epsilon, permeability of that medium into permittivity of that medium. Now here permeability and permittivity can be replaced with the help of relative permittivity and relative permeability. So relative permeability mu r is equal to mu upon mu naught. So here I can write mu as mu r into mu naught. Similarly, relative permittivity, also called as dielectric constant, is equal to permittivity of the given medium divided by permittivity of free space. So that will give me permittivity is equal to mu naught into, sorry, epsilon is equal to epsilon naught into epsilon r. Now here I can substitute both the values, mu replaced as mu r into mu naught and epsilon replaced as epsilon r into epsilon naught. Okay, so now we can put the value that we know. Relative permeability and relative permittivity both are 2. So 2 into mu naught, 2 into epsilon naught. So 2 perfect square goes out of the root, 2 into 2 will go out of the root, and inside the root will be having 1 upon mu naught into epsilon naught. Now this 1 upon mu naught into epsilon naught is speed of EM wave in vacuum, that is 3 into 10 to power 8. So I can replace that value here, 3 into 10 to power 8 divided by 2. Okay, so that answer will be 1.5 into 10 raised to 8, which we can further simplify and write as 15 into 10 raised to 7 meter per second. Okay, so correct answer will be here 15. Okay, 15 is the final answer. An inclined plane is bent in such a way that vertical cross section is given by y equal to x square by 4, where y is in vertical and x is in horizontal direction. Both x and y are in meters. If the upper surface of this curved plane is rough and the coefficient of friction mu is 0.5, the maximum height in centimeter at which the stationary block will not slip downward is. Okay, so consider surface like this, but it is curved. So surface is curved like this. Okay, can you see my video? It's curved like this. So if I take the vertical cross section of this plane, then that cross section is represented by y equal to x square by 4. Okay, so let me show it to you on the screen. Okay, you can see this now. So the cross section is represented by this curve, and on this curve, let's say the particle is initially at the bottom, and as the particle moves up like this, we have to solve up to what maximum height. You can see that up to what maximum height we can keep that block so that it doesn't slide. Here I have not shown block, I have shown particle instead of block, but the idea is same. What is the maximum height up to which I can keep that particle without that block sliding down? So why will block slide down as I go up? Because the angle of inclination will keep on increasing. So if I come back to the ground and draw tangent to the curve where the particle or the block is located. Now notice right now this tangent is fully horizontal. This green color tangent is fully horizontal. And now as the particle goes up, what will happen to the tangent? See, if the particle goes up, look at the angle of inclination. It is increased now. As particle goes further up, angle will increase even more. As the particle goes further up, angle will increase even more. So you can see that the angle of inclination of that tangent is increasing. So if this angle increases, and if it goes beyond angle of repose, concept from friction, then the block will slide down. When it will not slide down, what is the maximum height where it will not slide down? What is the maximum inclination at which it is not maximum, it will not slide down? That is angle of repose. Okay, clear? So now let's complete the calculation here. So here is y-axis, x-axis, and the curve that we just discussed. Okay, and this is, let's say, the maximum height. If I draw tangent at that maximum height, okay, this is where the maximum height is achieved. Now tangent at that maximum height, let's say, makes an angle theta. Now that is the maximum height. So if I draw FBD at this point for that block, so which all forces will be there? There will be weight force, but that I have to resolve into two components. So I can directly use angle of repose concept as well. Now if I use directly angle of repose concept, then tan of angle of repose, here I am using symbol theta, but here it is angle of repose, is equal to mu s. Correct? That angle theta will be maximum, and for that condition, if theta is maximum, but what is the main requirement? The block should not slide down. So block will not slide down unless and until the angle of inclination goes beyond angle of repose. Up to angle of repose, it will not slide down. So the angle made by the tangent should be equal to angle of repose. So tan of theta is equal to mu s, and tan theta can be also obtained. Now notice, now look at the same thing from the geometry point of view, that tan theta also indicates slope of the tangent. So to get slope of the tangent, I can differentiate the given function. Graphical meaning of derivative is slope of the tangent. So if I differentiate the given function, then also I'll get tan theta. So if I differentiate the given function, it is going to be derivative of x square by 4, and mu s value is given as half, 0.5. So differentiation will give us 2x raised to 1 upon 4 equal to 1 by 2. So this is half. So this and 2 and 2 cancel. So x value is 1 meter. Okay, so we got the value of x at which the angle of inclined plane should be equal to angle of repose. Okay, so that's why I'm using theta here, tan of theta equal to mu s. That's actually formula for angle of repose. Okay, so now we know that x equal to 1. Okay, this distance is x and that is equal to 1. Then height will be maximum. We cannot go beyond this height, otherwise it will slide down. Now we have to solve for height, right? That is y coordinate. So we have function y equal to x raised to 2 upon 4. Put x value as 1 divided by 4. 1 square by 4. This is 0.25 meter. Okay, that is 25 centimeter. So this height is 25 centimeter. If you go beyond that value, then the angle of inclination, angle of the inclined plane, angle of the tangent will become more than angle of repose, and then block will slide down. Okay, so answer here is 25. A hydraulic press can lift 100 kg when mass m is placed on the smaller piston. It can lift how many kgs? Dash kg when diameter of larger piston is made 4 times and that of smaller piston is made 1 by 4 times, keeping the same mass m on the smaller piston. Okay, so let's first draw a schematic diagram for hydraulic press. Hydraulic press is based on Pascal's law, and according to Pascal's law, for an enclosed fluid, whatever pressure you will apply will get transmitted undiminishedly to every single molecule of that fluid and to the walls of container as well. So whatever pressure we will apply on the input piston, same pressure will be developed on the output piston as well. Whatever pressure we will apply on the smaller piston, same pressure will be developed on the larger piston as well. So pressure on the smaller piston, I mean in the first case, original case, pressure will be equal to weight of the mass, that is m, will be m into g divided by area of the smaller piston is a1. Now this was balancing, this was lifting 100 kg in the bigger piston. So the force acting on the bigger piston has to be equal to weight of that 100 kg mass. The force that will be acting on the bigger piston should be equal to weight of that 100 kg mass. So weight will be mass into acceleration due to gravity. This is force divided by area A2. So force upon area mg upon A1 for input piston, 100 G upon A2 is pressure for output piston, same as per Pascal's law. Now we can cancel G and G on both sides. This is first case. Now in the second case, we are changing diameter of both output as well as input piston, smaller as well as larger piston. So now we know that area for the cylinder, for the piston, will be pi r square, or in terms of diameter, if I write down, it will be d divided by 4, d square by 4, pi d square by 4, radius replaced as d by 2. So it is very clear that area is proportional to d square. So if you made changes in the diameter, area will also become different. If I made diameter double, then area will become quadruple because it is proportional to d square. Correct? Similarly, if the diameter decreases, then area will also decrease. If diameter becomes half, then area will become 1 by 2 square, 1/4. So with this logic, we can say for the second case, as per Pascal's law, weight applied on the smaller piston is same. The new area of the smaller piston will be different. And it will be, see, the smaller piston diameter is made 1/4 of the original value. And area is proportional to diameter square. So if the diameter becomes 1/4, square of 1 by 4, 1 by 16. So new area will be original area divided by 16. Okay. Similarly, on the output side, how much mass we can handle? Let's say x kg mass we can handle. So x into g, we need to apply at least that much force, which is equal to weight of that output, weight placed on the output piston. And area of the output piston is also changed. Larger piston's diameter is made 4 times. So again, same relationship. If diameter is made 4 times, then area will become 4 square. That is 16 times. So this will be 16 times A2. Okay. So we can cancel G and G from both sides. This 16 will move up. It will be mg by A1 equal to, here we have 16A1. Okay, now we can take help of our first case. We can divide these two equations, or I can just make a relation for A1 by A2. Or just notice the arrangement. If I just shift, notice this, what is remaining on the left side? It is m by A1, that is equal to, visible? M by A1 equal to 100 by A2. Okay. So this value of m by A1 I can replace here. So what I'm getting, 16 goes in the denominator, m by A1 will be 100 upon A2 equal to x upon this 16 will become 256 into A1. Sorry, this will be A2. Area will become, this is A2, writing mistake. Okay, cool. For the smaller piston, radius became 1/4, so area will be 1 by 16 times. For the bigger piston, diameter became quadrupled, 4 times, so area will be 4 square, 16 times. So 16 times A2. Original area was A2, now new area is 16 times A2. So we can cancel A2 from both the sides. So x will be equal to 25600 kg. Okay, let me write down here, x is equal to 25600 kg. Okay, that is the value of x. This is the new mass that we can handle on the output piston. Okay, so correct answer is this only, 25600. That's all. A ball of speed 9 meter per second collides with another identical ball at rest. After the collision, the direction of each ball makes an angle of 30 degree with the original direction. The ratio of speed of balls after collision is x is to 1, where x is, we have to find the value of x here. So let's draw before and after diagram. Okay, collision is happening. So if we draw before and after diagram, before and after diagram. So suppose this is the molecule or ball before collision moving with velocity of 9 meter per second. and hits another ball, okay, which is of same mass, identical ball in the sense mass will be same, but this ball is at rest. Okay, now this is before collision. After collision, this is the original path in which they were traveling. Now after collision, they both travel like this. Okay, and their angle with the original direction is 30 degree, like this. So this is the velocity, let's say v1, and this is the velocity v2. Okay, after collision, direction of each ball makes an angle of 30 degree with the original direction. So dotted line is original direction, and with that 30 degree is the direction in which both particles will move. So now we have to solve for a ratio of the velocities. So what we can do, we can resolve the velocity into two components. This is going to be v1 cos 30, and this is going to be v1 sin 30. Similarly, we can resolve for v2 as well. So this will be v2 cos 30, v2 sin 30. Now notice that if you notice, balls initially was moving only in one direction, only in x direction, there was no vertical momentum, no vertical velocity. So we can use principle of conservation of linear momentum, and by that total linear momentum y component initial value and total momentum y component final value will be same to same. Momentum initial y component is equal to momentum final y component. So initially there was no velocity whatsoever, whatever velocity was only x component velocity. So initially momentum is 0, and finally momentum of one of the mass will be m, velocity is upward, so we will take it plus v1 by sin 30, sin 30 is half. Similarly, the other mass is also of same value m, and that velocity is downward, so minus v2 by half, because again sin 30 half. Now if you simplify this on the other side, I will write calculation here. If I simplify this, then of course mv1 by 2 is equal to mv2 by 2. So m by 2 cancel. What are we getting? v1 by v2 is equal to 1. So in the question, this ratio of the speed after collision is called as x is to 1. So that means it should be x is to 1, which gives you x value as 1. Okay, slightly out of the screen. Now it should be visible to you. Okay, v1 by v2 equal to 1, because v1 and v2 earlier equal to each other, ratio will be 1. In the question, x is to 1 is mentioned, so x value will be equal to 1. That's your final answer. Thank you.
Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the number of structural isomers that are possible with the molecular formula C4H9Cl. So first we shall start with the molecular formula itself. It has 4 carbon atoms, 9 hydrogen atoms and 1 chlorine atom. So whenever you have to calculate the number of isomers, one thing that is useful to do is to calculate the degree of unsaturation. So we can start by doing the calculation of degree of unsaturation, which is number of carbon atoms 4 plus 1 minus half multiplied by number of hydrogen atoms, which is 9, plus number of halogen atoms, which is 1, minus number of nitrogen atom, which in this case is 0. So we can see that in this case the degree of unsaturation is 0. So there is no pi bond or ring as such, and in that case we have to find out the structural isomers. Now we can see that there are in total 4 carbon atoms in the compound. So the longest chain that is possible is this 4 carbon atoms in a straight chain, that is N-butane molecule. Now we have to put a chlorine atom here. We can either put a chlorine atom at either of the terminal carbon atoms, that gives us 1 chlorobutane, or we can put the chlorine atom on any one of the internal carbon atoms, these, right? So this gives us 2-chlorobutane. Now please remember that these two carbon atoms are equivalent. It doesn't matter whether you put chlorine on this carbon or the second carbon. Now this is the longest chain of 4 carbon atoms. We can shorten the chain as well. I'm talking about 2-methyl propane. So we can also think of this molecule, this carbon skeleton, right? So 3 carbon is straight chain and 1 carbon is branched. Now you can see that this molecule has 2 types of carbon atoms. The carbon in the center is unique and the 3 carbon atoms at the terminal, they all are equivalent, which means that now there are 2 ways to put chlorine atom. Either I can put chlorine atom on the central carbon, that gives us 2-chloro 2-methyl propane, or finally we can put chlorine on one of the terminal carbon atoms. So in total we have 4 structural isomers possible for this molecule. So the correct answer is option C. Thank you. Hi everyone. This question is based on the magnetic properties and the bonding in complexes from coordination compounds. So in this question, we are given 2 statements and we have to tell whether both statements are correct and the reason is a correct explanation of the assertion. So let's start with analyzing the first statement, that is the assertion, which says that the spin only magnetic moment value for this complex is 1.74 bm, whereas that for this complex is 5.92 bm. So first we have to check the validity of this statement. Cyanide has -1 charge and the total charge on this coordination entity is -3, which means that the oxidation state of Fe is +3. Now we know that Fe is a transition metal and its valence electronic configuration is 3d6 4s2 because iron is present in +3 oxidation state. So after removing 3 electrons, the configuration remains 3d5 4s0, right? So in this complex, which is hexacyanoferrate third iron is present in +3 oxidation state. So the configuration is 3d6 4s2 and after removing 3 electrons, we have 3d5. Fine. Now cyanide is a strong field ligand, which means that it can force the pairing of electrons in the d subshell of the central metal atom. 3d5 configuration looks like this. In the absence of the ligand, the 5 electrons are equally distributed in the 5d orbitals. As we said that cyanide is a strong field ligand, it can force pairing of electrons in the d subshell. So in the presence of cyanide, now this configuration of 3d subshell changes to this, right? That is 2 electrons from these orbitals are forced to pair up with the 2 electrons from the other d orbitals, leaving behind 2 d orbitals vacant, which can now be used in d2 sp3 hybridization. So this is an inner orbital complex. As a result, we have one unpaired electron and the magnetic moment for one unpaired electron would be can be calculated by the formula that spinoli magnetic moment is under root n into n plus 2 bm, where n is a number of unpaired electrons, right? So this is 1 plus 2, right? 1 into 1 plus 2, which is under root 3. So yes, approximately 1.74 bm, we can say this is correct. Now let us discuss this complex FeH2O6 3 plus, right? Hexaqua iron. Again, water is a neutral entity, so the 3 plus charge on the coordination compound, right? Coordination entity is that of the iron. So once again, Fe is in +3 oxidation state. Same situation. We have 3d5 subshell, but this time water is a weak field ligand, which means that water cannot force pairing of electrons. This is an outer orbital complex and we will have 5 electrons unpaired in the complex. Now we have 5 unpaired electrons in the complex, so the magnetic moment should be under root n into n plus 2, which is under root 5 into 5 plus 2. So this approximately comes out to be 5.9 Bohr magneton. So yes, the assertion seems to be correct. The magnetic moment values seem to agree with the theoretical calculation. Now let us come to the reason. In both complexes, Fe is present in +3 oxidation state. As a statement, this is correct. In both the complexes, Fe is in +3 oxidation state. But is that the reason for different values of magnetic moment of these complexes? The answer is no. because it is the nature of ligand that is changing, that is impacting the value of magnetic moment. Because cyanide is a strong field ligand, it forces electrons to pair up, leading to lower magnetic moment, right? In water, in this case complex, water is a weak field ligand, so it cannot force pairing of electrons, leading to a high value of magnetic moment. So the reason is that cyanide is a strong field ligand and water relatively is a weaker ligand, and not the fact that Fe is present plus 3 oxidation state. So both assertion and reason are true, but reason is not the correct explanation of the statement, hence leading to the correct answer as option D. Thank you. Hi everyone. This question is from the general properties of elements from the chapter periodic properties, and the question is about the electron gain enthalpy. Electron gain enthalpy is basically the energy change that happens when we add an electron to an atom. Now the elements given in this question are group 16 elements. S is sulfur, S is selenium, T is tellurium, and O is oxygen. Now, going by the general trend of electron gain enthalpy, as we move down the group, the electronegativity of the element decreases, the size of the atom increases. So, by general logic, we should expect that as we move down the group, electron gain enthalpy should decrease. But what happens that because of the small size of oxygen, it becomes a limitation. When we add an electron to oxygen, due to the small size, there are significant electron repulsions. So despite being the most electronegative element in its group, oxygen does not have the highest magnitude of electron gain enthalpy. In this case, the next element down the oxygen, which is sulfur, has the advantage because the atomic radius of sulfur is significantly larger than the atomic radius of oxygen. So when we add an electron to sulfur, the electron-electron repulsions are comparatively less because we have the space to accommodate the additional electron. As a result, in group 16, the electron gain enthalpy for sulfur has the maximum magnitude. Now, as usual, after sulfur, it decreases because now the difference in sizes of these elements relatively, they are not large. So sulfur has the maximum value of the electron gain enthalpy magnitude wise, then it decreases to selenium, further decreases to tellurium, further decreases to polonium, and interestingly, oxygen has the least value of the electron gain enthalpy in its group. So the correct answer in this statement, in this question, is option A. Thank you. Hi everyone. This question is based on the bonding in molecules. So from chemical bonding and molecular structure chapter. And there are 4 options with sets of 3 molecules each. And we have to tell that in which of these options all the species that are given have the same trigonal or triangular planar structure. So the structure of molecule can be determined by in lot of ways. For example, we can determine by using VSEPR theory, by applying VSEPR theory, by calculating steric number, or through hybridization, right? So let's start with this, the first option. In the first option, the first species is BF3. Here the central atom is boron, which has 3 valence electrons. All these electrons are distributed with fluorine atom, 1 electron with 1 fluorine because fluorine atom forms single bond. So there are 3 bonding electron pairs. So the steric number for this for boron in this molecule is 3. When the steric number is 3, we can say that the structure is triangular planar. So yes, the structure of BF3 is trigonal planar with bond angles of 120. Now coming to NF3, in nitrogen, which is a central atom here, we have 5 valence electrons, out of which 3 electrons are distributed with fluorine. So there are 3 bond pairs, but the remaining 2 electrons make 1 lone pair. So the steric number is not 3, instead this is 4. Because the steric number is 4, this molecule is not triangular planar, right? The molecule has sp3 hybridization and the shape of the molecule is pyramidal, right? So because NF3 is not pyramidal, NF3 is pyramidal and is not triangular planar, right? So we can rule out this option. Similar to NF3, we also have NH3 because just like fluorine, hydrogen is also monovalent. So NH3 will also have pyramidal shape. So option C is also ruled out. Just like NH3, NCl3 will also be pyramidal, so we can also rule out option D here, right? Now this leaves with option B, where we have three species: carbonate ion, nitrate ion, and SO3. In case of carbonate ion, the central atom is carbon, which has 4 valence electrons, but the presence of 2 negative unit of charge, which means that we have 2 more electrons. So the total valence electrons on carbon we can consider to be 6. Oxygen is a divalent atom, which means that when oxygen bonds to carbon, it needs 2 electrons from carbon to form double bond. So out of the 6 electrons, 2 electrons are distributed with each oxygen atom, leading to an steric number of 3. If the steric number is 3, yes, we can say the structure is triangular planar. We have 2 oxygen atom with single bond and negative charge, and 1 oxygen doubly bonded. We cannot have like all the 3 oxygen doubly bonded, that would violate octet rule. About nitrate ion, yes, nitrogen has 5 valence electrons, negative charge means 1 more, so 6 valence electrons. In the same situation that 2 electrons are shared with each oxygen, so we can say something like O minus, and this is like one coordinate covalent bond in nitrate there is, you should remember. So yes, this also qualifies. In SO3, sulfur is a central atom which anyway has 6 valence electrons because it belongs to group 16 element. The 6 electrons are shared with oxygen atom, right? 2 electrons with each oxygen atom. So this molecule also has triangular planar structure. So yes, in option B, all the 3 species that are given, they have the triangular planar structure. So this is the correct answer. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to compare the ionization enthalpies of group 15 elements with those of group 16 elements. So group 15 and 16 elements are interesting when it comes to the relative magnitudes of ionization enthalpy, because in group 15, we have NP3 configuration, right? That is, we have a p subshell that has 1 electron in each orbital. So this is a half filled p subshell, which because of symmetry, exchange energy, is very stable. So the loss of electron is relatively difficult. If we look at group 16 elements, then they have 1 more valence electron. So in group 16 elements, the valence shell p subshell look like this, which means that there are 4 electrons. Now you can see that this is an incompletely filled, this is not half filled. So we have less exchange energy, less symmetry. So the loss of electron from group 16 element is relatively easier. Now please remember that this sort of exception is carried in 3 pairs, right? Because if we compare the group 15 elements, nitrogen, phosphorus, arsenic, antimony and bismuth, and group 16 elements, oxygen, sulfur and selenium. So please remember that out of nitrogen and oxygen, nitrogen has higher ionization enthalpy because of the half-filled p subshell. Out of phosphorus and sulfur, phosphorus has higher ionization enthalpy because of the stable half-filled p subshell. And out of arsenic and selenium, arsenic has first ionization enthalpy that is higher. In subsequent element pairs, this exception does not, is not valid. Now, this exception is interestingly only valid in first ionization enthalpy, because if you remove 1 electron, then group 15 element gives you NP2 configuration and group 16 element gives you NP3 configuration. Now, if you ask that which configuration is more stable, P2 or P3, then obviously because of this now symmetry and exchange energy, P3 configuration is more stable. So when it comes to second ionization enthalpy, it is obviously higher for group 16 element than group 15 element. So let us look at the options here. So the IE1 of group 15 element is less than group 16 element. Obviously that is incorrect. So this option cannot be the correct answer. Similarly, option B cannot be the correct answer. In option C, IE1 of group 15 is greater than the IE1 of group 16. So please remember, this is being spoken in general sense, right? With respect to the 3 pairs that I have mentioned here. So the first part is correct, and the IE2 of group 15 is less than the IE2 of group 16. That is also correct. The second ionization enthalpy for group 16 elements is higher than the second ionization enthalpy for group 15 elements. So the correct answer here is option C. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to select the most stable and the least stable species out of the following. Now we can see that these all are anions. Each species has an oxygen atom with a negative charge except the fourth one in which the negative charge is on carbon. So we know that the negative charge on oxygen is more stable compared to negative charge on carbon. But you see the situation in fourth is not so bad actually because of the d orbital resonance. Sulfur has vacant d orbitals with which the negative charge on carbon can be shared, right, delocalized into, and that's why there is some sort of resonance stabilization, although not as good as the resonance stabilization in the other three ions, right, where the oxygen is sharing its negative charge with another oxygen, at least one more oxygen atom. So speaking of the most stable, we can see that out of first, second and third, second ion is most stable because a negative charge of oxygen is being shared with actually three oxygens in total, right? So this is like one oxygen, this is one oxygen, this is one oxygen. So there is maximum resonance stabilization in second ion. So second ion should be most stable. Coming to the least stable out of first, third and fourth, of course, fourth is least stable. As I said, there is d orbital resonance in this, but you consider the two factors. First of all, the negative charge is on carbon, which is much less stable than the negative charge on oxygen in first and third ions. And second thing, we are sharing this negative charge with sulfur atom, but here we are, through resonance, we are sharing this negative charge on oxygen with other oxygen atoms. So it is a fourth species overall which has the minimum stability, right? So the most stable is second and the least stable is fourth. So this gives us option D as the correct answer. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the suitable reaction conditions for the preparation of methyl phenyl ether. So methyl phenyl ether is an unsymmetrical ether that has phenyl group on one side and methyl group on the other side of the oxygen, that is ether linkage. This is an unsymmetrical ether, phenyl ether. So there are two possibilities theoretically for the preparation of this ether. First of all, we can take phenoxide and a haloalkane, and by Williamson ether synthesis, which occurs via SN2 mechanism, we can attack this phenoxide oxygen here on methyl, displacing this halide, and then we can get this PHOCH3, right, methyl phenyl ether. So this is one possibility. Another possibility is that we can take this CH3O minus as the nucleophile, sodium methoxide, and then we can take PHX haloarine as one compound. Now this possibility does not work because haloarenes are highly unreactive towards nucleophilic substitution by SN2 mechanism, right? So the only feasible reaction that works here is this reaction. So PHO minus Na plus MEBr, CH3MgBr. So this possibility works. This is the correct answer. Second possibility will not work because when PHO minus nucleophile attacks MUH, which is methanol, the hydroxide ion is a very bad leaving group. It's a very poor leaving group, so it will not depart. So this possibility will not work. In option C, you do not have any oxygen. So benzene and CH3Br anyway do not react together and you will not get ether from this, right? And the option D talks about the second possibility, which I said will not work because haloarenes are highly unreactive towards SN2. So option D will also not make sense. So the correct answer to this question is option A. Thank you. Hi everyone. This question is based on the Bohr's atomic theory, atomic model for one electron systems. In this question, we are given four statements A, B, C, and D, and we have to check that which of these statements are correct. So let us first see the physical quantities they have talked about in this question, right? So for example, in statement A, it is said that kinetic energy of electron is directly proportional to Z square by N square. Z is the atomic number of the hydrogenic species and N is the principal quantum number in which the electron is present. Now, for one electron system, as per Bohr's atomic theory, kinetic energy is given by RH, which is Rydberg constant, Z square by N square. So yes, kinetic energy is proportional to Z square by N square. So option A is correct, which means that option B cannot be the correct answer. Coming to option B, the statement 2, the product of velocity. So what is velocity? Velocity, we know that it is again a constant, 2.18 into 10 raised to the power 6 meter per second multiplied by z by n. So this is the velocity of electron in nth orbit, and principal quantum number n, the product of two quantities should be proportional to z square, which is definitely not the case here. We can see that the velocity is proportional to z by n. So the product of velocity and principal quantum number would be proportional to z by n multiplied by n. That is, it would be proportional to z only. So statement B is incorrect, which is anyway not given in any of the options. Coming to option this one, frequency of revolution of electron. So frequency of revolution, it is equal to speed divided by circumference, which is 2 pi r n. All right, so frequency of revolution of electron would be speed divided by circumference. Now the speed of electron, we have seen here, it is proportional to z by n, whereas the circumference, which is given by 2 pi r, and r is the distance of electron from the nucleus in nth orbit, it is a naught n square by z, which means that radius is proportional to n square by z. So all in all, the frequency of revolution is directly proportional to z square by n cube. Now, as per this statement, option C, frequency of revolution of electron is proportional to z cube by n cube. So this statement is incorrect. So statement C is not correct, which means that this cannot be the correct answer, right? So A was correct, so option B stands incorrect, and now because statement C is incorrect, so this option also stands incorrect. So now we have to check statement D. Coulombic force of attraction on the electron is proportional to z cube divided by n raised to the power 4. So we know that Coulombic force is given by a proportionality constant, which is 1 upon 4 pi epsilon naught, multiplied by the product of charges divided by the square of the distance of electron from the nucleus. So we can see that it is proportional to the product of charges, which is Ze into E, Ze being the charge on the nucleus and E being the charge on electron, divided by r square, right? R square, again, we have seen that radius depends upon n square by z. So combining all these things, we can say that the Coulombic force of attraction, it is proportional to z from here divided by r square, which is n square by z square, that is n raised to the power 4 divided by z square. So finally we get that the Coulombic force of attraction, it is proportional to z raised to the power 3 divided by n raised to the power 4, which is indeed is what given in statement D. The Coulombic force of attraction on the electron is proportional to z cube by n raised to the power 4. So yes, option D is correct. The statement D is correct, which means that this is not the correct answer, and hence this option is the correct answer. A and D statement are the ones that are correct. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we are given a reactant and a product, and we have to figure out that out of the given 4 options, which set of reagents is most appropriate to carry out this desired conversion. So in the reactant molecule here, we have these 2 carbon-carbon double bonds, which are present in the product as well. So we do not want carbon-carbon double bond to undergo any reaction, but at the same time, we do have a carbonyl group in the reactant that we plan that it should be reduced to CH2 group, right? So this is the desired conversion that we want to effect. Now let us look at the options. In the first option, the reagent is red phosphorus and chlorine. So red phosphorus and chlorine is not used for the reduction of carbonyl group because it reacts together. Red phosphorus and chlorine react together, they form PCl3, and that is in fact used for halogenation. So option A is not the correct answer. In option B, we have sodium borohydride, which is a reducing agent. So it does reduce carbonyl group, but not to the CH2 group but to alcohol. So carbonyl group is reduced by NaBH4 but to an alcohol. So again, this is not the correct answer. In option C, you can see that first we are reacting with hydrazine and then we are reacting with a strong base, right? So this basically points towards Wolff-Kishner reduction, right? In Wolff-Kishner reduction, we react a carbonyl group with hydrazine that forms hydrazone derivative, and that hydrazone derivative is then reduced into methylene group by the reaction with a strong base, right? So what happens that this is finally converted to CH2 group. So option C is the correct answer here. If we do catalytic hydrogenation, that is reaction with hydrogen in presence of nickel catalyst, then first of all, carbon-carbon double bonds will be reduced, right? And but at the same time, carbonyl group will be reduced to alcohol, not to CH2 group. So option C is the one that makes complete sense here. So that is the correct answer to this question. Thank you. Hi everyone. This question is based on the comparison of basic strength of amines. In this question, we are given 4 amines and we have to choose the correct order of the basic nature of these compounds. So let us start by writing the structures of these compounds that will give us a clearer idea as to which one is more basic than the other. First compound is phenylmethanamine, which means that there is a phenyl ring to which is joined a carbon, phenylmethanamine, right? So PH, CH2, NH2. So as we can see here that between the benzene ring and the nitrogen atom, there is an sp3 hybridized carbon, because of which the lone pair of nitrogen will not be in conjugation with the benzene ring and hence it is completely available for donation. Looking at compound B, it is N-dimethyl aniline. So aniline is basically benzenamine, the common name for benzenamine. And this is our aniline part and it has N-dimethyl. So basically there are 2 methyl groups joined to nitrogen atom in aniline. So this is our compound B. In compound C, we have a methyl group joined to aniline. So it's monosubstituted. So we have aniline and we have a methyl group joined to it. So it is NHCH3. And compound D is benzenamine, which basically is aniline itself. So please remember that aliphatic amines are more basic than aromatic amines, because in all these 3 amines in option B, C and D, you can see that the nitrogen atom is directly joined to benzene ring, which means that the lone pair of nitrogen is involved in resonance with the benzene ring, which make this nitrogen atom less basic because the electron density of nitrogen is less due to resonance. So the first molecule should be most basic, right? So compound A has to be most basic here, which rules out this and this as the correct answer. Now you can see that in option D we just have aniline, in option C we have a methyl group which exerts plus I effect and thereby slightly increases the basic strength. In option B we have 2,2-methyl groups which exert plus I effect and thereby the increase in basic strength is more compared to option C, right? So we can say that out of B, C and D, the amine in option B is most acidic, then followed by that in option C, right? Because there's 1 methyl group compared to 2, so the plus I effect is less. And the compound in option in D, that is aniline, is least basic because its lone pair is involved in resonance, but it is not getting electron density from alkyl groups like that in B and C. Right, so the correct order of basic nature of these amines is A, B, C, D. So this is the correct answer, that is option C here, in decreasing order of basic strength A, B, C and D. So that is the correct answer. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we are given 4 graphs and we have to select the correct graphical depiction for the dependence of the work done on the final volume. So let us read the question. Consider the reversible isothermal expansion of an ideal gas in a closed system at 2 different temperatures, T1 and T2, where it is given that T2 is greater than T1. and the final volume is V, and we have to assume that the initial volume V1 is greater than 1. Now, because the process is reversible isothermal expansion, so we know that work done is equal to minus nRT ln V2, which is the final volume. In this case, it is V divided by V1, which we have to remember is greater than 1. Now, the graphs are plotted in option A, B, C, and D between the modulus of work done, right? So we can take the modulus of work done as nRT ln V by V1 versus natural log of the final volume. So we have to split this equation so that it fits into the equation of a straight line. So we can write modulus of W as nRT ln V by V1 by the properties of logarithm can be broken down into ln V minus ln V1, and hence we can write it as ln V minus nRT ln V1. We can write it like this. Now we have to compare it with the equation of straight line. So this is y is equal to mx plus c. So we observe here that if we draw a graph of modulus of W on y-axis and natural log of final volume on the x-axis, then the slope, which is m, is equal to nRT, which is a positive number, and the intercept c would be negative because it is given in the question already that v1 is greater than 1. So if log of a number greater than 1 is positive, right? So intercept is equal to minus nRT ln v1. All right. So intercept is negative. Now the slope is nRT and the final temperature is greater than the initial temperature. So which means that slope for graph 2 should be greater than the slope for graph 1. So I think in first option it is right. T2 is greater than T1. So the slope for graph 2 is greater than the slope for graph 1. Similarly, in this case, that does not help us decide. Yes. And now coming to the second requirement, that intercept has to be negative, right? So in first graph, if we see that this intercept is positive, so that does not make the correct option, right? In this, although it should be like negative, right? And this is definitely negative. Let us see other option as well. In other option, no, this is positive definitely, right? And these intercepts are also positive definitely. So actually like here option C and D also do not make sense, right? So the slope for graph T2 should be greater than that for T1, yes, which is correct in this option B. And the intercept should be more negative for T2 because T2 is greater than T1. So yes, that also we can see that the intercept is more negative for T2 than for T1, right? But remember that intercept will be negative for both the graphs, right? Now, based on the given options, the most appropriate answer here would be your option B. So this would be the correct answer. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we are given an alkene. It reacts with two reagents, first with mercuric acetate in the presence of water, and then we reduce the intermediate with sodium borohydride. And we have to predict what is the major product of this reaction. Now the given compound is an alkene, right? And this is an electrophilic addition reaction. The addition of water in the presence of mercuric acetate, this is called oxymercuration reduction reaction that takes place as per Markovnikov rule. In simple terms, this reaction is an example of Markovnikov addition where the positive part, hydrogen in this case, gets attached to that carbon which is already joined to greater number of hydrogen atoms, and the negative part, which in this case is OH, bonds to that carbon which is joined to fewer number of hydrogen atoms, right? So that gives you your correct answer here, that H joins to the terminal carbon and OH joins to the internal carbon, right? So how it actually happens is that in the first step, mercury attacks the carbon-carbon double bond, creating positive charge on both these carbon atoms, right? Delta positive charge. Now we know that delta positive charge is more stable on the secondary carbon, because generally speaking secondary carbocation is more stable, but remember that this is not a full positive charge, right? It's not a classical carbocation. Then water molecule as a nucleophile attacks this internal carbon, right? So after these steps, we get an intermediate like this. So we have the addition of OH to the internal carbon, and on the terminal carbon, we have HgOAc. And then when we react this intermediate with sodium borohydride, that donates a hydride ion, which then replaces this mercuric acetate. And finally, we get this product. So this reaction overall is the Markovnikov addition of water across carbon-carbon double bond. So this is CH3. So we can see clearly that the correct answer here, the major product here in this reaction is option A. Option B is not correct because this is anti-Markovnikov addition. Option C is not feasible because this product can form if there is carbocation rearrangement, but in oxymercuration reduction, there is no carbocation formation. So there is no carbocation rearrangement. And definitely this cannot be a feasible product. So the correct answer in this question is option A. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we are given 4 molecules and we have to tell that which of these 4 compounds will behave as a reducing sugar in aqueous K solution. So in terms of carbohydrates, when we say that a carbohydrate or a molecule is reducing in nature, it means that it reduces generally Tollens reagent and Fellings reagent. The compounds, the functional groups that reduce Tollens and Fellings reagent in the context of carbohydrate are generally a carbonyl group, which could either be an aldehyde, or if it is a ketone, then it should be alpha hydroxy ketone, which happens in the case of, for example, fructoses, like ketoses, carbohydrates which have keto group, but an hydroxyl group joined to the carbon next to the keto group. The carbohydrates or the molecules that have a hemiacetal group also act as reducing sugars, reducing compounds. What a hemiacetal group? Hemiacetal group is a carbon which is joined to one other group, one hydrogen, one OR and one OH. So basically there is a carbon, it is joined to one alkoxy group, one hydroxy group and one hydrogen. And corresponding compound for ketone, that is hemiketal. This is the hemiacetal we have seen. So there is also hemiketal. Now what happens in hemiketal? In hemiketal, there is one OR and there is one OH, and the other 2 bonds are with other groups, potentially alkyl groups. So these are the functional groups that act as reducing in like alkaline medium, and they reduce Tollens and Fellings reagent. So if you look at option A, here we can see that in alkaline medium, this ester linkage will hydrolyze, right? CH3CO minus will separate, and this group will be converted to OH. So what we will get here is like this oxygen, this would be OH, and this would be COH. So you can see that the carbon here, it is joined to one OH and one OR. So this is basically hemiketal, and hence it is this molecule that will be acting as reducing in aqueous KH solution. In other molecules, we do not have a carbon that is keto group or a hemiacetal or a hemiketal. So other molecules will not be acting as reducing under the given conditions. So option A here is the correct answer. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we are given 4 molecules and we have to arrange them in the decreasing order of the ease of hydrolysis. So this question is based on the reactions of carboxylic acid derivatives. So if you look at the molecules, then the first molecule is CH3 C double bond O Cl, right? It's an acid chloride. The second molecule is CH3 C double bond O and then O and then C double bond O. So this molecule is an acid anhydride. In the third compound, we have an ester linkage CH3 C double bond O, and then after that C2H5. Whereas in the fourth compound, we have an amide linkage. So this is CH3, C double bond O, and NH2. Now the hydrolysis of these four compounds is an example of nucleophilic acyl substitution, where water attacks the carbonyl carbon and replaces the groups joined to the carbonyl carbon. So basically we are talking about these groups that will be acting as leaving groups here. So basically in these nucleophilic acyl substitution reaction, the reactivity order will depend upon the leaving group ability of these groups. Now we know that the leaving group ability of a group is inversely proportional to the basic strength, which means that stronger the base, weaker the leaving group. Basic strength can be easily determined from the strength of the conjugate acid. So for example, the conjugate acid of chloride ion is HCl, the conjugate acid of acetate ion is CH3COH, the conjugate acid of ethoxide ion is ethanol, and the conjugate acid of NH2 is ammonia. Now it's very clear that HCl is the strongest acid of these four, then acetic acid. Now weaker than acetic acid is ethanol, and ammonia is in fact basic, right? So it is the least acidic of these four compounds. So now we can see very clearly here, because HCl is the strongest acid, its conjugate base will be the weakest, that is chloride ion, and because it is the weakest base, it is the best leaving group here, and it will be most easily replaced by water molecule, which means that acid chloride will show the maximum reactivity, which means that first compound has to be the most reactive, eliminating option B and D as the potential correct answers. After that, acetic acid, so this molecule, right, this molecule which is acid anhydride will be the second most reactive, right? And then you have ethanol, so which means that ester will be the third most reactive, and finally NH3, right? It is the weakest acid, NH2 minus is the strongest base, so the poorest leaving group, and hence amide will be the least reactive, right? So acid chloride first, then second anhydride, then third ester, and then fourth amide. So the correct answer here is option A. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the freezing point of a solution that contains 0.1 gram of this solute in 100 gram of water. So this question is based on the colligative properties, specifically depression of freezing point. The colligative properties topic is a very important one. So let us see what happens here. We have to find out the freezing point, right? So we know that the depression in freezing point delta TF, it's equal to T naught F, which is a freezing point of pure solvent, minus TF, which is a freezing point of solution. Delta TF, which is the depression in freezing point, it is also given by this formula, I KFM, where I is the Van 't Hoff factor, KF is the freezing point depression constant of the solvent, and M is the molality of the solution. Now, if you look at this compound, then obviously it is an electrolytic solid. No information is given as to how much will it dissociate. So we will assume complete dissociation. So K3 FeCN6, when dissolved in water, it ionizes to give 3 K plus ions. It dissociates to give 3 K plus ions, and FeCN6, 3 minus. So in total, 4 particles are given by one molecule, right? So one formula unit. So the Van 't Hoff factor is 4, right? So whatever is inside the square bracket, this is a coordination entity. We will assume that it does not dissociate. It does not dissociate normally. So the Van 't Hoff factor is 4. Now let us calculate the depression in freezing point, delta TF, which would be I Van 't Hoff factor, which is 4, multiplied by the freezing point depression constant, which is 1.86 in the unit of Kelvin kilogram mole inverse, multiplied by the molality of solution. Molality of solution is the number of moles of solute divided by the mass of solvent in kg. Number of moles of solute is given mass, which is 0.1, divided by molar mass, which is thankfully given to be 329. So this is the number of moles, 0.1 divided by 329, and the mass of solvent is 100. To convert it into kg, we divide in the denominator by 1000, or in other words, we multiply by 1000. So when we do this calculation here, right, so we can see that 0.1 into 1000 is 100, so this cancels out. So delta TF is, this can be written as 7.44 divided by 329, or I can write like 744 divided by 329 multiplied by 10 raised to the power minus 2 degrees Celsius. All right. So when we do this calculation further, we find that the depression freezing point is approximately 2.3 into 10 raised to the power minus 2 degrees Celsius. And now plugging this value in this formula, we know that the T naught F is 0, right? The freezing point of pure water is 0. So TF will come out to be 0 minus this number, which basically is the first option, minus 2.3 into 10 to minus 2 in degrees Celsius. So that is the correct answer to this question. Thank you. Hi everyone. This question is based on the Arrhenius equation that gives us the temperature dependence of rate constant of a chemical reaction. So this question is from chemical kinetics, and Arrhenius equation is a very important one. In this question, we have to find out the energy of activation given this equation for the reaction. Now, Arrhenius equation can be written as K is equal to capital A, which is Arrhenius factor, multiplied by exponent raised to the power minus EA, which is activation energy, divided by RT. R is a universal gas constant, T is the temperature in Kelvin. So when we convert this equation into the logarithmic form to the base 10, then we get this equation: log K is equal to log A minus EA, activation energy, divided by 2.303 RT. Now in chemistry, 2.303 are frequently, like they occur together. So 2.303 and R being 8.314 in unit of joule. So you can remember this. This would be helpful in many questions. This is 19.15 in unit of joule. So if we compare this equation with the equation given in the question, we find that these two are similar terms. They have the same dependence on the reciprocal of temperature. So we can write that EA divided by 2.303 RT is equal to 1.25 into 10 raised to the power 4 divided by temperature. T cancels here. Activation energy would be 2.303 R multiplied by 1.25 into 10 raised to the power 4 joule per mole. Using the value 2.303 R as 19.15, and I can write 1.25 into 10 to the power 4 as 12.5 into 10 to the power 3, which becomes kilojoule per mole. So when we do this calculation, 19.15 multiplied by 12.5, this approximately comes out to be 239.4 kilojoule per mole. So that is the correct answer here. Option B, the activation energy is 239.4 kilojoule per mole. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the molality of H2SO4 in which mole fraction of water is 0.85. So in this question, we are given the mole fraction of water as 0.85. For a solution, the sum of mole fractions of all the components is 1. So if mole fraction of water is 0.85, we can say that mole fraction of sulfuric acid would be 1 minus 0.85, which is 0.15. Now mole fraction is a fraction, right? So if I write mole fraction of water divided by mole fraction of H2SO4 and see their formulas, right? So the mole fraction of water would be the number of moles of water divided by total number of moles. It would be the number of moles of water plus number of moles of H2SO4 divided by, for mole fraction of H2SO4, we can write that number of moles of H2SO4 divided by total number of moles, right? Which would be again the sum of number of moles of water and H2SO4. So this cancels out, and what we get here is an important useful result which can speed up, shorten our calculation, right? So from here we can deduce that the ratio of mole fractions of two component substances in a solution is same as the ratio of their number of moles, which technically means that I can take mole fractions as number of moles. So let us use this, right? So mole fraction of water is 0.85. I can assume that number of moles of water is also 0.85. Similarly, mole fraction of H2SO4 came out to be 0.15. So I can say that number of moles of sulfuric acid is also 0.15. Now we have to find out the molality of sulfuric acid. So molality of sulfuric acid would be number of moles of the solute, which is same thing as, like number of moles of H2SO4 divided by mass of solvent in kg, which is mass of water in kg. Let us substitute these values. Number of moles of H2SO4 is 0.15 divided by mass of water. We have the number of moles and we know that number of moles is mass upon molar mass. So the mass of water will be number of moles, which is 0.85 multiplied by molar mass, which is 18 for water. But this mass will be in grams, so we'll have to convert it into kilogram. Divide by 1000 here. That gives us molality as 0.15 into 1000 divided by 0.85 into 18. So this would come out to be 15,000 divided by 85 multiplied by 18. So you just have to do this calculation. So when we divide these numbers, this comes out to be approximately as 9.8. So that is our correct answer, which is option B here. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the correct option. Bond angle in NO2 can be maximum after removal of one electron, addition of one electron, dimerization, or the last option that bond angle cannot be increased in any way. So first of all, we need to look at the structure of NO2 itself. Nitrogen has 5 valence electrons, out of which 4 are distributed with oxygen. So nitrogen is left with one unpaired electron. So this is the structure of NO2. The geometry is trigonal planar, but the shape is bent because there are two boundary atoms. The bond angle here is approximately 134 degrees. If we remove one electron, that will obviously be removed from nitrogen, then nitrogen will acquire a positive charge, and now we will be left with two boundary atoms. And now the structure of the ion, when we remove one electron from NO2, we are left with NO2 plus ion. So now the structure of this ion will be this one. So now as you can see that from bent shape, now the ion cation has acquired a linear shape, and the bond angle of course is 180 degrees. So bond angle has definitely increased. Let's analyze other options as well. In option B, we are adding one electron. If we add one electron to NO2, then this odd electron converts into a lone pair. Now the repulsion between lone pair and bond pair, they increase, and as a result the bond angle decreases. So this is not the correct option. Dimerization of NO2 leads to the formation of N2O4, in which the bond angle remains pretty much the same. So this also cannot be the correct answer. Bond angle cannot be increased in any way. That's not true. In option A, we have discovered that when we remove one electron from NO2, it leads to the formation of NO2 plus cation, in which the bond angle is 180. So the correct answer to this question is definitely option A. Thank you. Hi everyone. This question is based on the crystal field theory from coordination compounds. In this question, 4 complexes are given. All of them have the same weak field ligand, that is water. And we have to find out the complex in which the crystal field stabilization energy is 0. As in, there is no crystal field stabilization because of the ligand bonding. Please remember that the crystal field stabilization is 0 if the configuration is D0 and D10. Obviously, in these two cases, the crystal field stabilization is 0. And also in D5 weak field ligand, the crystal field stabilization is also 0, because we have these two sets of d orbitals, which is T2G and Eg. And if the ligand is weak, as in water here, so 5 electrons will occupy these orbitals like this. So the net stabilization will be equal to the net destabilization, and the total CFSE would be 0. So we basically have to find out the configuration in which the metal has 5 electrons in the outermost d orbitals. In option A, the metal is manganese, right? And the oxidation state is +3. Now, generally, the electronic configuration of manganese is 3d5 4s2. In case of this complex, +3 oxidation state means 3 electrons are removed. So we have 3d4. Here we have 3 electrons in T2G orbital and 1 electron in Eg orbital. Definitely, this crystal field stabilization is not 0. In option B, iron, the electronic configuration of iron metal is 3d6 4s2, and 3 plus means we are removing 3 electrons from it, which means that it is 3d5 4s0, right? So obviously here we have this set of like electronic configuration here, in which the CFSE would be minus 0.4 delta O multiplied by the number of electrons in T2G orbital, which is 3, plus 0.6 delta O multiplied by the number of electrons in Eg orbital, which is 2. So this would be minus 1.2 delta O, and this would be plus 1.2 delta O, and this totally amounts to 0. So the correct answer in this question is option B. In the other two options, we have cobalt, which has the configuration of 3d7 4s2, and in one case we have cobalt in +2, and in another complex we have cobalt in +3. The configuration of cobalt in +2 state will be 3d7, so of course not 0 will be the crystal field stabilization, and in case of cobalt 3 plus, it will be 3d6. So again, the CFSE will not be 0. So here the correct answer is option B. Thank you. Hi everyone. This is a question from the reaction of alkenes. We have to find out which of these is a major product of the following reaction. The reactant given here is trans-butene. As you can see that the methyl groups point in the opposite direction, so would the hydrogens, and hence this alkene is trans in nature. It reacts with peroxoacetic acid, which is used to make epoxides, and we are also reacting with hydroxide ion, which will cleave the epoxide to give us trans diol. So basically what happens in this reaction is that there is a carbon-carbon double bond. On reaction with this peroxoacetic acid, this will give epoxide, and when this epoxide reacts with hydroxide ion, right, the hydroxide ion will attack from the other side, because from one side there's a steric hindrance because of this three-membered ring. So hydroxide attacks on one side, and then this epoxide ring will cleave. As a result, we will have two hydroxyl groups added to opposite phases of this carbon-carbon double bond, right? So carbon-carbon double bond is planar. Two opposite phases, we will have two OH groups added to this alkene. So we have to find out the nature, the stereochemical nature of the product. So this is trans-butene. So we can look at the molecule like this. This is trans-butene, and the two OH are adding to the opposite phase. So let us say one OH adds from the top phase, and then another OH adds from the bottom phase. So as a result, now I'm going to draw the Sawhorse projection. So what happens here is that this is H, this is CH3, this is OH, and then this OH will be at the bottom, this methyl would be here, and hydrogen would be here. Now to better visualize this, we can rotate it and try to convert it into Fisher projection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate this, right? And I'm going to bring this methyl down, as well as I'm going to rotate this, and I'm going to bring methyl down. So if I rotate this molecule, rotation about sigma bond does not change the identity of the molecule here, because that is conformational isomers. So this would be methyl at the bottom here, hydrogen here, and OH here. At the same time, when I rotate this methyl by 120 degree, this will be at the bottom, right? And then OH will be here, and then H will go to this position. Now, if you look at this molecule from above, we can see very clearly that the hydrogen joined to the two chiral carbon atoms point, they are on the same side of the vertical line in the Fisher projection, as well as the OH group. As in, if I convert this Sahar's projection into Fisher projection, then this is the molecule that I'm going to get. H, OH this side, H, OH this side, and methyl. So we can clearly see that although this molecule has two chiral carbon atoms, but there is a plane of symmetry in this molecule. So this is a mesomer. So the correct answer to this would be meso 2,3-butane diol, and not racemic mixture, not epoxy butane, and not acetaldehyde. So option D would be the correct answer to this question. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the percentage of nitrogen. This question is based on the quantitative analysis, specifically the estimation of nitrogen in an organic compound through Jeldhal's method. So let's read the question. A sample of 1 gram of an organic compound was treated with NaOH, which is a strong base, and ammonia evolved was absorbed in 70 ml of 0.5 molar H2SO4. The residual acid, this means that all the H2SO4 was not neutralized by the ammonia produced. So the residual acid required 65 ml of 0.5 molar NaOH solution for neutralization in Jeldal's method. What is the percentage of nitrogen? Now, these questions are based on basically back titration. So we have a solution that contains some ammonia. We are mixing it with some certain volume of a known concentration of an acid, in this case sulfuric acid. Some amount of H2SO4 is neutralized by ammonia and some amount of H2SO4 remains unneutralized. Now this we find out by reacting it with another strong base, in this case NaOH. So in such questions, the very simple way to do is that because the excess titrant is H2SO4, which is reacting with two bases here, first ammonia and then NaOH. So we can clearly write that milli equivalents of H2SO4 would be the milli equivalence of ammonia plus milli equivalence of NaOH, because there is one acid and two bases. Now milli equivalence of H2SO4 is normality into volume. Normality itself is molarity multiplied by n factor, which is 2 for H2SO4, because H2SO4 gives 2H plus ions per molecule. So molarity is 0.5 multiplied by 2, normality is 1, volume is 70 ml. So this is your milliequivalent. Milliequivalent of ammonia, let's call them X, plus milliequivalent of NaOH, we have 0.5 molar concentration of NaOH, n factor is 1, and the volume is 65. Okay, so here we can clearly say that the milliequivalence of ammonia would be 0.5 into 2, 1. So that is 70, and this is X plus 65 divided by 2, right? So this would be 37.5. Okay, so the milliequivalence of ammonia would be 37.5. Now here is what we are going to use a smart strategy. We are actually not interested in ammonia, we are interested in the percentage of nitrogen. N factor of ammonia is 1, right? Because it's a base and its N factor is 1. So milliequivalents of ammonia will be equal to millimoles of ammonia. So we can say that millimoles of ammonia would be equal to 37.5. Now, each molecule of ammonia contains one atom of nitrogen, which means that the millimoles of nitrogen would be equal to millimoles of ammonia. So I can say from here that millimoles of nitrogen would also be 37.5. Now we can simply use the formula number of moles is equal to mass upon molar mass to find out the mass of nitrogen. So the mass of nitrogen W is number of moles, which is 37.5 millimole. I have to remove this milli finally by multiplying by 10 to the minus 3 multiplied by molar mass of nitrogen, which is 14. So finally, we can calculate percentage of nitrogen in the compound as the mass of nitrogen, which is 37.5 multiplied by 14 multiplied by 10 to the minus 3 divided by the mass of compound, which is just 1, and then finally multiplied by 100. So this is going to be 37.5 and this is going to be 1.4, right? So 37.5 multiplied by 1.4, this is going to be 52.5. So the percentage nitrogen in this compound is 52.5. That is the correct answer of this question. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we are given a reaction of sulfur in alkaline medium and we have to find out the value of A, which is actually the stoichiometric coefficient of hydroxide ion in this equation. This reaction is an example of disproportionation of sulfur. So first we have to balance this chemical equation and then we have to figure out what is the stoichiometric coefficient of hydroxide. We shall begin by calculating the oxidation states of sulfur here. So let us write this equation once again. S8 plus hydroxide ion gives S2 minus plus S2O3 2 minus plus H2O. So let us determine the oxidation states first. The oxidation state of sulfur in S8 is 0 because this is the elemental state. Here oxidation state is -2 because this is monoatomic ion. And in this ion, we can determine the oxidation state by assuming that the oxidation state of oxygen is -2, right? So there are 3 oxygens, so that's -6 plus 6 minus 2, 4 divided by 2. So we can easily calculate this, right? Assuming the oxidation state of sulfur as X. So this would be 2X plus 3, each oxygen -2 and the total charge being -2. So this will give us an oxidation state of 2 for sulfur. So we can say that we can clearly see that here that sulfur is losing 2 electrons as well as gaining 2 electrons, which means that the number of sulfur atoms undergoing oxidation should be equal to the number of sulfur atoms undergoing reduction. So because we have like 8 sulfur atoms here, so what we can clearly do here is that we can take 4 sulfide ion here and 2 S2O3 2 minus here, because that way we will have 4 sulfur atom gaining 8 electrons as well as 4 sulfur atom here losing 8 electrons. So this equation is balanced with respect to the loss and gain of electrons. Now let us look at the number of oxygen atoms on either side. On the reactant side, we just have 1 oxygen, right? But on the product side, we have 2 into 3, 6 plus 1, 7 oxygen, right? So on the product side, we have 7 oxygen atoms, but on the reactant side, we have 1 oxygen atom. So we need to add 6 H2O here so that we have 6 plus 1, 7 oxygen on the reactant side as well as 2 into 3, 6 plus 1, 7 oxygen on the product side. But this will disbalance the number of hydrogen atoms, as you can see here. Now the number of hydrogen atoms on the reactant side is 6 into 2, 12 plus 1, 13. But on the product side, we can clearly see that there are only 2 hydrogen atoms. So we need 11 hydrogen on the product side. Because the reaction is taking place in alkaline medium, to balance hydrogen, what will we do? We need 11 hydrogen atom on the product side. So we will add 11 H2O this side and 11 OH minus on the reactant side. Okay, so that way we are effectively adding 11 hydrogens, but not in the form of H plus. We can because the medium is alkaline. Now, if we see overall, then this is 1 hydroxide and these are 11 hydroxides. So there are 12 hydroxide ions. So the value of A is 12. We have gotten our answer here, but anyway, write the complete balanced equation nicely once. So we have 1s8, 1 hydroxide plus 11 hydroxide, 12 hydroxide ions. We have 6 water molecule this side and 11 plus 1, 12 water molecule this side. So they will cancel just like in any other equation. We will have 6 water molecule on the product side. So we will have 4 sulfide ion on the product side, 2 S2O3, 2 minus ions, and 6 water molecules. If you want to check whether your chemical equation is balanced or not, you can do so by checking the total charge. Right, the net charge on either side of the equation must be same. For example, in this case, the total charge on the reactant side is 12 units of negative, right? Minus 12 charge, and on the product side is 4 into 2 minus 8, and 2 into 2 4 minus 4, so that is minus 12. So yes, the equation is cross verified to be balanced, and we got the value of A, which is the stoichiometric coefficient of hydroxide ion, as 12. So 12 is our correct answer to this question. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the pH of ammonium phosphate solution given the pK value of phosphoric acid and pKb value of ammonium hydroxide as 5.23 and 4.75 respectively. So we know that ammonium is a conjugate acid of weak base ammonia and phosphate is a conjugate base of weak acid phosphoric acid. So in simplest terms, because this is a salt of weak base and weak acid, that is phosphoric acid, so the pH of solution is independent of the concentration of the ions. That is, the pH of the solution is given by 7 plus half pKa minus pKb. So we will just substitute the values in this case. So 7 plus half pK for phosphoric acid is given to be 5.23 minus pKb for ammonium hydroxide is given to be 4.75. This will come out to be 7 plus half multiplied by 0.48, and hence the pH comes out to be 7.24. But the answer has to be reported to the nearest integer. So 7.24 rounded off to the nearest integer is 7. Up to 2 decimal places, if we want to report, the answer would be 7.00. Now in this question, it's worth mentioning that given the simplicity of the data in the question, we have solved it using this standard formula. But if you were to talk about the hydrolysis of phosphate ion, then in the hydrolysis of phosphate ion, this would react with water except NH plus ion, form hydrogen phosphate, and OH minus would be released, right? So given that phosphoric acid, it's a tribasic acid, and there are 3 pK values defined for it, pK1, pK2, pK3, and this is the hydrolysis of the last conjugate base. In the calculation of the pH of a solution that contains phosphate ion, we would predominantly be using pK3 value. But since in this case there was no such thing mentioned, there was just one value given for phosphoric acid, so we applied the standard formula. So the correct answer in this question under this situation is 7.00. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out that out of the given compounds, how many of these can be used as alkylating agents. So please understand that the given compounds are haloalkanes or haloarenes, and about these last 2 compounds, they are Grignard reagents. They are talking about nucleophilic substitution reaction, as in how many of these compounds can be used to provide an alkyl group in a nucleophilic substitution reaction. For example, so we know that C6H5Cl is chlorobenzene, and chlorobenzene is very unreactive towards nucleophilic substitution reaction, particularly SN1, SN2, given the strong bond between carbon and chlorine due to the increased electronegativity of carbon as well as partial double bond character. So C6H5Cl cannot be effectively used as an alkylating agent. In option B, we have ethyl chloride. Fine, this can be used. this carbon chlorine bond can be broken relatively easily. So this would be one correct candidate. CH3I is a very highly reactive molecule towards SN2 reaction. Iodide is a good leaving group. Methyl is a very small alkyl group. So this would also be one correct compound appropriate for alkylation. In option D, we have C2H5Br. This would also be appropriate because, like now here Cl has been replaced by Br, which is even a better leaving group. In option B, it is C6H5F. So again, this is not an appropriate molecule for alkylation because here fluoride is not a good leaving group. So this would not also be the correct answer. In option F, we have C3H7MgBr, right? So basically this is propyl magnesium bromide, CH3, CH2, CH2, MgBr. The carbon that is bonded to Mg is carrying a delta negative charge. So yes, this Grignard region molecule can be used as a source of propyl group. So this would qualify as the correct answer. In the last molecule, C6H5 CH2MgI, which is like PHCH2MgI. So this is benzyl group. So once again, yes, we can use this molecule as a source of this benzyl group. So this would also qualify as a correct molecule. So the total number of compounds that can be used as alkylating agents is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the correct answer to this question would be 5. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we are given some data about the free energies of formation for AgCl and H plus NCl minus aqueous. And the question is talking about a cell made up of two electrodes, one of which is standard hydrogen electrode and the another one is silver electrode. And we have to find out the value of N, where the EMF of the cell is N into 10 to the minus 2 volt. And we have to report the answer in the nearest integer. So we are given some Gibbs energy data and there are two half cells. One of them is a standard hydrogen electrode and the other one is silver electrode. So let's make a cell out of that. Let's take one side standard hydrogen electrode and on the other side, let's take the silver electrode. Because we have to calculate E naught, which can be calculated from the magnitude of Gibbs energy, so we do not have to worry about which acts as anode and which acts as cathode. In this case, I'm assuming anode as standard hydrogen electrode. So the reaction at anode would be the oxidation of hydrogen gas. So this would be half H2 gas undergoing oxidation to give H plus aqueous plus electron. And on cathode, reduction would take place. In silver electrode, reduction would happen with AgCl. So AgCl solid would accept an electron. It will break down into silver, which is metallic form, and chloride ion would be set free into the solution. So these are our two half reactions on anode and cathode. Let us add them and find out the overall balanced equation. Electron cancels out and the overall equation we have half H2 gas plus AgCl solid giving Ag solid and H plus aqueous as well as chloride ion aqueous. Now for this chemical equation, we can calculate the Gibbs energy change, standard Gibbs energy change, which would be the Gibbs energies of formation of the product minus the Gibbs energies of formation of the reactants. Now please understand that for elements in a standard state, the Gibbs energies of formation are defined to be 0, which means that Gibbs energy of formation will be 0 for this one. It will be 0 for this one as well, right? So the Gibbs energy of products, we have this H plus and Cl minus, whose value is given to be minus 131.2 kilojoule, minus the Gibbs energy of formation of reactants for, like one of the reactants hydrogen, for which Gibbs energy of formation is 0, and for the other reactant AgCl solid, the value is given to be minus 109.7 kilojoule. So here we have 109.7 minus 131.2, and this comes out to be minus 21.5 kilojoule per mole. Now we have to relate this Gibbs energy with the EMF. We know that delta G naught is equal to minus NF E naught, or we can just say that the magnitude of the Gibbs energy of a cell reaction is equal to NF E naught, right? Which we can just take, like the magnitude. So here we have Gibbs energy as 21.5, which is 21.5 multiplied by 1000. Number of electrons in this overall equation is 1. Faraday constant we can take as 96500 and multiplied by E naught. So E naught in this calculation is 21,500 divided by 96500, and this can actually be written as 21500 divided by 965 multiplied by 10 raised to the power minus 2 volt. So when we do this calculation, this comes out to be approximately 22, because we have to report the answer in the nearest integer. So the correct answer to this question would be in the integers 22.00. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Firoz Khan, Master Teacher of Mathematics here at Vedantu. So we are going to discuss today a mathematics paper of JMMT3 which was conducted very recently. So let's start the discussion without wasting time here. So the first question says that we have 3 points A, B, C, and these are the midpoints of the sides of a triangle, and the in center of this triangle is given as D, right? Now they are saying that this parabola y square is equal to 4x passes through D, means passes through the in center of the triangle. So, and if the focus of the parabola if the focus of the parabola y square is equal to 4x passing through D is this. The parabola passes through D, D means in center of the triangle, and focus is given like this. So what will be alpha over beta square? In short, you have to find the focus of the parabola, right? So let's see how to do it. So let's draw the triangle first. Basically, they are saying we have a triangle here, ABC. We have a triangle here, ABC. A is x1 comma y1. Let's suppose this is x1 y1. B is x2 y2. And C is x3 y3. A x1 y1, B x2 y2, and C x3 y3. Now so midpoint given here. Midpoint of the sides are 0, 1, 1, 1 and 1, 0. So let's say this midpoint is 0, 1. This midpoint is 1, 1. And this midpoint is 1, 0. So let's use midpoint formula. X1 plus x2, this will be 0. Y1 plus y2, this is 2. Similarly, x2 plus x3, this is 2. Y2 plus y3, it is also 2. X3 plus x1, this is 2. And y3 plus y1, this is 0. Now if I add these three equations, just add these three. So you will get x1 plus x2 plus x3. This is 2. In fact, you will get 2 times x1 plus x2 plus x3, which is 4. So x1 plus x2 plus x3, 2. Similarly, you will get y1 plus y2 plus y3. This is also 2. Now, one by one, from the last equation, from the fourth one by one, subtract the first one, second one, third one, you will get x1, y1, x2, y2, x3, y3. So let me write it here. If I subtract one by one, so what is x1, y1 now? What is this point x1, y1? So how will you get x1, y1? So from this last equation, subtract the middle one. means subtract this second one in fact. So x1 will be 0, y1 is also 0. Now let's get x2, y2. How will you get x2, y2? So from the last one, subtract the third one. So this is 0 here, this is 2 here. And C, so from the last one, subtract the first one. So this is 2 here and 0 here. Now I can get the in center of the triangle ABC by writing the side length first. So see this side length AB, if you find this side length AB, this is 2. This side length AC, this is also 2. And this side length BC, using the distance formula, just use the distance formula, it is 2 root 2. So we got the side length. So now I can write the in center of this triangle. In center of this triangle will be what? 2 root 2 into 0, then 2 into 0, then 2 into 2, so basically 4 over sum of 3 sides, so which is 4 plus 2 root 2. Similarly, y coordinate is same, 4 plus 2 root 2. Right? Now the parabola is passing through this point. This parabola is passing through this point. So means this point must satisfy the parabola. This point must satisfy the parabola. So basically, I will put this point in parabola. So I will get what? 4 over 4 plus 2 root 2 whole square is equal to 4a 4 over 4 plus 2. Just put the point D in the parabola. So you got this. Now this 4 over 4 plus 2 root 2 is cancelled. 1 4 is also cancelled. So you got A. A is basically what? 1 over 4 plus 2. And focus of the parabola will be nothing but a comma 0 only. And focus is given here alpha plus b root beta root 2. So basically alpha plus root 2 beta is 1 over 4 plus 2 root 2. Now if I multiply both numerator and denominator by 4 minus 2 root 2 here. So I'm getting 4 minus 2 root 2 in the numerator. In the denominator I'm getting what? 16 minus 8, which is 8. And this comes ought to be half minus 1 by 4 root. Means alpha is half and beta is minus 1 by 4. Now what they are asking? They are asking alpha over beta square, right? So alpha is half, beta square is 1 by 16. So final answer should be 8 here. So 8 should be the correct answer, right? Let's see. Yes, 8 is the correct answer here. So let's move to the next question, which is question number 2. So they are saying that alpha beta are the roots of this quadratic equation. So we have a quadratic equation here whose roots are given alpha beta, and this limit is given as 1 by k 1 by beta minus 1 by l. So they are asking what is k here. So basically you have to find this limit, right? So let's see how to find this limit here. So see, alpha beta are the roots of this equation. So I can say that if for this equation x square plus bx plus a is equal to 0. Basically in the given equation, if you replace x with 1 by x, you will get this equation. So and the roots of the given equation are alpha beta. So I can say that the roots of this equation are 1 by alpha and 1 by beta. So now obviously when I put x is equal to 1 by alpha here, this quadratic will become 0 because 1 by alpha is a root. Now let's find the limit. Limit is what? Limit is x approaching to 1 by alpha 1 minus cos x square plus bx plus a. Now divide by x square plus bx plus a whole square here. Why I am dividing by x square plus bx plus a whole square? Basically, I want to use this limit formula. What is the formula? When limit theta is approaching to 0, so then 1 minus cos theta by theta square, this limit can be written as half. So I'm trying to form 1 minus cos theta by theta square here. So see, in the numerator I have 1 minus cos theta, I've divided by theta square. Now here I have power half. But this was not there in the denominator. So since I have divided by x square plus bx plus a whole square and under root, so I have to multiply by x square plus bx plus a here. Mod sign under root. And in the denominator I have, in fact, root 2 mod 1 minus alpha x. This can be written as root 2 mod 1 minus. Now this limit is half, the first limit. So now I have limit x approaching to 1 by alpha. This limit is half, but you have half raised to half, so it is basically it is 1 by root 2. You have one more root 2 here, so 1 by root 2 again. Now this x square plus bx plus a, it can be factorized as x minus 1 by alpha, x minus 1 by beta. Why? Because 1 by alpha, 1 by beta are the roots of this quadratic. So I can factorize it like this. And in the denominator, if I take minus alpha common, so it will be alpha or minus alpha x minus 1 by alpha. Now this x minus 1 by alpha is cancelled. The basic, and when I put x is equal to 1 by alpha here, when I put x is equal to 1 by alpha here, so I'm getting what? I'm getting 1 by 2 alpha mod 1 by alpha minus 1 by beta. But it is given that alpha is greater than beta. So 1 by alpha is less than 1 by beta. So when you remove mod here, it will become 1 by 2 alpha 1 by beta minus 1 by alpha. While they have given this limit as 1 by k times 1 by beta minus alpha. And I'm getting 1 by 2 alpha times 1 by beta minus alpha. So see, in place of k, I'm getting 2 alpha. So basically k is 2 alpha here, right? Means option B should be the correct option here. Now let's see the next question number 3, which is from probability. Based on random variable, they are saying that kx is a random variable and probability of x is equal to x is given as k times x plus 1 multiplied with 3 raised to minus x. And this random variable can take all whole number values 0, 1, 2, 3 up to infinity. K is any constant. So what will be the probability of x greater than or equal to? See, you know that in any probability distribution, the sum of all the probabilities should be 1 first. So if I add all the probabilities here, probability is given what? Probability is given k times, probability is given k times x plus 1, 3 raised to minus x. And x is varying from 0 to infinity. So if I add all these probabilities, this should be equal to 1. In any random, in fact, in any probability distribution, the sum of all probabilities should be equal to 1. K is constant here, so you can take it outside. Now, if you put x varying from 0 to infinity here, x is equal to 0, 1, 2, 3 up to infinity, so you will get what? See, for x is equal to 0, you will get 1 by 3. If you put x 0 here, the 1 by 3, no, sorry, 1. For x is equal to 0, you are getting 1. Then you are getting 2 by 3 for 1. Then you are getting 3 by 3 square. Then 4 by 3 cube. And this is going till infinity. This is equal to 1. Just check it carefully. K taken outside. When you put x 0, so it becomes 1. When you put x 1, so it becomes 2 by 3, then 3 by 3 square. When x is equal to 2, so 3 by 3 square. So this is an AGP now. This is an AGP. So now use AGP formula. What is sum of AGP? See, for sum of AGPs, AGP sum of infinite AGP can be written as A over 1 minus R plus RD over 1 minus R whole square. Where A is the first term of the AP, R is the common ratio of the GP, D is the common difference of the AP. So I'm using this formula here. So I will get what? K. A, see, first term of the AP is 1. 1 minus R, common ratio of the GP is 1 by 3. Then RD, common ratio of the GP is 1 by 3. D, common difference of the AP is 1. 1 minus R whole square, 1 minus 1 by 3 whole square. This is 1. Now let's solve it. So you are getting K. Here you will get 3 by 2 plus 1 by 3 and denominator 4 by 9. So basically you will get 3 by 4 here. 1. 3 goes up, 3 by 4. Now let's add these two. So basically I'm getting what? K. This is 6 by 4 plus 3 by 4, 9 by 4. So hence K is 4 by 9. So K is basically 4 by 9 here. Now what they are asking? They are asking probability of x greater than or equal to 2. How will you find it? So just write 1 minus probability of x is equal to 0 minus probability of x is equal to, from the total probability, which is 1, subtract these two, x is equal to 0, x is equal to 1. Now what is x is equal to 0 probability? X is equal to 0 probability is k into 1. And x is equal to 1 probability is k into 2 by 3, 2k by 3. So it is 1 minus 5k by 3. 5 by 3k, and k is what? 4 by 9. So 1 minus 20 by 27. Or you can say that it is 7 by 27. Means first option should be the correct option here. Let's see. Yes. Let's see the next question, which is question number 4. They are saying that what is the number of ways of choosing 10 objects? How many objects you have to choose? You have to choose 10 objects from 31 objects. But out of these 31 objects, 10 are identical and 21 are distinct. 10 are identical, 21 are distinct. So basically, you have to choose total 10 out of 31 and 21 are distinct, right? So what is the possibility? So see, first possibility is you selected all 10 different objects. Means no identical object is selected here. All 10 different objects selected. Second possibility is you selected 9 different objects and one from identical. One from identical. Then 8 different and 2 from identical. And keep on writing like this. You selected none from different, all from identical. All from identical means all the 10 objects are selected identical. So actually this sum I have to find here. 20C10 means ki all 10 objects which you have selected are different. No identical object. Here 9 different, 1 identical. Here 8 different, 2 identical. And in the last, all identical, no different. So I have to find this sum. Now we know that if I add from 21C0 till 21C21, 21C0 plus 21C1 up 21C2 up to 21C10, then 21C11, 21C12, keep on writing like this, 21C21. So this sum will be 2 raised to 20. See, from NC0 to NCN, the sum of all the binomial coefficients is always 2 raised to n. Very standard result. Now, one more result you know that the first and the last binomial coefficients are same, means 21C0 is same as 21C21. 21C1 is same as 21C20. 21C2 is same as 21C19. 21C10 is same as 21C11. What I'm trying to say here, if the sum of this first bracket is S, then the sum of this second bracket is also S. And it is 2 raised to 20. So hence S will be 2 raised to 20. So this is your final answer. 2 raised to 20 means first option should be the correct option. Next question. The number of distinct real roots, just a minute, let me check. The number of distinct real roots of this equation. In fact, when you expand this determinant, you will get an equation, and they are asking how many real roots of this equation you will get in this interval, minus pi by 4 to pi by 4. So between minus pi by 4 and pi by 4, you have to find the number of real roots. So see, if you observe this determinant very carefully, so what you can observe here, if I subtract sin x minus cos x, cos x minus sin x, cos x minus cos x 0. So I will get here, yes, and here also cos x minus cos x 0, sin x minus cos x minus sin x, right? So what I'm doing here, let's from the first column, let's subtract the second column. And from the second column, let's subtract the third column. So what I will get? I will get S minus C here, S for sin, C for cos. Then I will get C minus S here and 0 here. Then 0 here. S minus C, C minus S, and then C, C, S. This is equal to C. Now you can see that if from the first column I can take S minus C common. From the second column too, I can take S minus C common. So now I got here 1, here minus 1, here 0. Why here minus 1? Because I have taken S minus C common. It is C minus S. Similarly here 0, 1 here, minus 1 here, and then C, C, S. This is 0. Now let's expand it. So I got S minus C whole square here. Now if I expand this determinant, either from the first row or first column, it's your choice. So let's expand it through the first column. So what I will get, if I expand through the first column, the 1 disappears. I get here S plus C, C, S plus C. Then plus 1 again. This one and this disappears, 0 plus C, so plus C again. So basically I'm getting two possibilities. I'm getting S is equal to C, or I'm getting S is equal to minus 2C. S for sine, C for cos, and sine over cos is tan. So I'm getting tan x is equal to 1. S over C is tan. Tan x is equal to minus 2. But see, between minus pi by 4 and pi by 4, tan x cannot be minus 2. Means when x varies between minus pi by 4 and pi by 4, so then tan x varies between minus 1 and 1 only. So this possibility is ruled out. This is not possible. So we are left with only one possibility, tan x 1, and it gives you only one solution, x is equal to pi by 4. So this equation will give you only one solution, which is pi by 4, right? Chalo, let's move to the next question. Easy question. See, this is theoretical question. Basically, this question is testing your knowledge of definition, whether you know the definitions of one, many one, onto, into or not, and just little bit of idea of inverse. So they are saying that f is a function from a to b, g is a function from b to c, and inverse exists, g of f inverse. So see, you know that inverse of a function exists only when the function is 1 on 2. So this g of f must be 1 on 2. This function must be 1 on 2. Only then inverse will exist here. And since g of f is 1, so it is sure that f must be 1. F must be. Otherwise, if f is many 1, so then g of f is also many 1. Because if the function f repeats its value, so then g of f will also repeat its value. So therefore f must be 1. Now f is 1. So see which option should be correct here. So f and g both are 1. I have to check g. F is on 2, g is 1. F is 1 and g is on 2. F and g both are on 2. Now I have to check whether g is 1 or on 2. G is on 2 or not. So see, actually g of f is on 2. G of f is on 2. So therefore g must be on 2 function. Actually, if g is not an onto function, then g of f will not be an onto function. So therefore g must be an onto function. So f must be 1, g must be onto. So which option is correct here? Option C. F is 1, g is on. Let's see this question. Statistics means lot of calculation. So this is statistics questions. So of course you have to do some calculations here. So what they are saying there here, okay, we have two sample groups, and the first sample group contains 100 items, and the mean of these 100 items is 15, standard deviation is 3. And the whole group has 250 items, means in the first 100, so obviously in the second you have 150 items. And the combined mean is 15.6 of 250 items. And combined standard deviation is 13.44 of these 250 items. So what is the standard deviation of the second sample? So see, basically what they are saying, we have two sample here, sample 1, sample 2. In sample 1, number of observation is 100. In sample 2, number of observation is of course 150 because total is 250. In sample 1, I have mean, what? I have mean 15. In sample 2, what is the mean? So I don't know. This one I don't know. Now, in sample 1, what is the variance? So standard deviation is 3, the variance is 9. What is the variance here? I don't. This one I don't. But I know the combined mean and combined variance. I know the combined mean and the combined variance. So let's use combined mean formula first. See, let's say combined mean is x bar. So that can be written as n1 x1 bar plus n2 x2 bar over n1 plus n2. Right? n1 x1 bar, n2 x2 bar, n1. So what is the combined mean? Combined mean is given here 15.6. 15.6, this is the combined, or you can say 156 by 10. n1 x1 bar, so 100 into 15, 1500. n2 x2 bar, so 150 x2 bar. n1 plus n2, 250. Total is 250 here. So see, if you simplify this, you can get x2 from here. This 0 and 0 cancel. So I'm getting what? I'm getting 156 here. In fact, if I divide by 25, 0 is cancelled already. If I divide by 25, so 25 into 6, 150. So 60 here and 6 here. So I'm getting 156 minus 60. So basically 96. So x2 bar is 16. Am I right? Now let's check once again. So 156 minus 60. Yes, it will be 96. So x2 bar is 16. So I got this x2 bar. x2 bar is 16. Now I can find d1 and d2. What is d1? d1 is the difference of combined mean and the first mean. So basically it is combined mean is what? 15.6. So it is 15.6 minus 15. Combined mean minus first mean. This is d1. So it is 0.6. Now let's write d2. Same. The difference of combined mean and second mean. So it is minus 0.4. Now let's write the combined variance. So combined variance, let's denote the combined variance by sigma square. So there is a direct formula to write the combined variance. The formula is n1 times sigma 1 square plus t1 square. Then n2 times sigma 2 square plus t2 square over n1 plus n2. Please keep this formula in your mind. In recent years, in JEE Mains, they have asked uh, questions based on combined mean and combined variance very frequently. So this combined variance formula should be there in your mind, right? Chalo, let's put the values here. So this combined variance is given here, 13.44. It is actually 1344 by 100. N1 is what? 100. Sigma 1 square, which is 9. D1 square, D1 is 0.6. So D1 square will be 36 by 100. N2, which is 150. Sigma 2 square, I don't know. This one I have to find. D2 square, 16 by 100. Whole divided by what? N1 plus N2, which is 250. Right? Now, 1 0 I can cancel here. This 0 and this 0. 25 I can cross here. So 1344 by 10 into 25. Here I will get 900 plus 36 plus 150 sigma 2 square plus 15 into 16, which is sorry 150. Yes, so I will get what? 150 into 16. So 15 into 16 means 240. 240 by 10, so 24 here. Now just solve this. Just solve this. You will get sigma 2 square. And your answer will be square root of sigma 2 square. So basically what answer you will get? Let me check. You will get this sigma 2 square as 16 after solving. After solving, you will get this sigma 2 square as 16. So hence sigma 2 will be 4 here. This will be your correct answer. In fact, solution you can check. In fact, a calculation you can do yourself. Let's move to the next question. Question number 8. What they are simply saying, we have three vectors, ai plus aj plus ck. Just a minute. So I have three vectors here, ai plus aj plus ck, I plus k, and ci plus cj plus bk. These are coplanar. Very easy question. Whenever three vectors are coplanar, what happens? The determinant formed by their coefficient should be 0. So A, C, 1, 0, 1. C, and this determinant should be 0. That's it. AAC, 1, 0, 1, CCB. And not just expand it, you will get your answer. It's a very easy question. Just expand this determinant, you will get your answer. So when you expand this determinant, you will get c square is equal to AB. After expansion, you will get c square is equal to AB. So c is root AB here. Let's not waste our time here. It's easy calculation you can do. So let's see the next question. Next question is what? We have an ellipse and the length of lattice rectum of the ellipse is 4. So length of lattice rectum of the ellipse means 2b square by a. It is 4. So I can say b square is 2a. B square is 2a. And the distance between a focus and nearest vertex on the major axis is 3 by 2. So basically they are saying distance between focus and vertex. So distance between focus and vertex will be what? A minus A, C. Vertex is A comma 0. Let's say I'm taking the right vertex. I'm taking a standard ellipse. Let's say x square over a square plus y square over b square is equal to 1. So right vertex is A comma 0. Right focus is A e comma 0. So distance between vertex and focus is A minus A. And this is given as 3 by 2. Now we have to get eccentricity from here. So if I take A common here, so 1 minus E is 3 by 2. Now B square can be written as A square 1 minus E square. It is 2A. So 1A cancel. So I got A is equal to 2 over 1 minus E square from here. And from here I got A is equal to 3 over 2 times 1 minus E. See, from the first equation I got A is equal to 2 over 1 minus E square. From the second equation I got A is equal to 3 over 2 times 1 minus. Now it is 2 over 1 minus E square can be factorized. 1 plus E, 1 minus E. This is A. And from second A is what? 3 by 2, 1 minus E. So now this 1 minus E is cancelled. So you got what? You got 1 plus E is equal to 4 by 3. And hence E will be 1 by 3. Means option B should be the correct option here. So eccentricity is 1 by 3. Let's see the next question. The sum of all those terms which are rational numbers in this expansion. So basically you have to find the sum of rational terms. So let's write the general term here, TR plus 1. TR plus 1 is what? 12CR. 2 raised to 1 by 3 whole raised to 12 minus R. And then 3 raised to 1 by 4 whole raised to. So basically it is 12CR. 2 raised to 4 minus R by 3 and 3 raised to R by 4. Now you can see that the terms will be rational when R is a multiple of 3 as well as a multiple of 4. R should be a multiple of 3 as well as a multiple of 4, means R must be a multiple of 12. And when you are writing 12CR, so R can vary between 0 and 12 only, from 0 to 12. So R can be 0 and 12. Only two possibilities are there because R must be a multiple of 12. Now, so what will be sum? If I put R is equal to 0, so then I got 12C 0, 2 raised to 4, 3 raised to 0. And if I put 12, so 12C 12, 2 raised to 0, 3 raised to 3. So basically it is 16 plus 27. So 43 should be the correct answer here. Now the question based on determinant. And in these type of question, you have to do some calculation. Basically, you have to expand the determinant. So what they are saying that this system of linear equation, actually it is a homogeneous system. Right side is 0, constant is 0 in every equation. So it is a homogeneous system. And this system they are saying has a non-trivial solution. So see, any homogeneous system gives you a non-trivial solution only when the determinant formed by the coefficient should be 0. So if I form a determinant here by using the coefficients for lambda 2, right? Then 2 minus 1 plus 1. And then I have mu 2, 3. I find very difficult to write mu. for lambda 2, 2 minus 1, 1, and mu 2, 3. This is 0. Now it is just simple expansion. So I will not waste my time here. If you expand this determinant, in fact, if I expand this determinant, so I will get this here. And this expression can easily be factorized. If you factorize this expression, you will get mu minus 6 lambda plus 2. So for non-trivial solutions, basically there are two possibilities. Either lambda will be minus 2 or mu will be 6. So now you have to look at the option. In any option, if either lambda is minus 2 or mu is 6, so that will be the correct option, true option. So see, in this option, lambda is 3, so this option is false. Here lambda is 2, again false. Here mu is minus 6, again false. So only this option contains mu is equal to 6. And when mu is 6, then lambda can be any real number. See, if lambda is minus 2, then mu can be any real number. Doesn't matter. Or if mu is 6, then lambda can be any real. So here mu is 6, lambda is any real number. This is your correct option, which is option D. Basically, in this type of question, in fact, these type of questions are asked very frequently in JEE Mains. So you must go through these concepts, revise these concepts. Questions are very easy to do. Yes, sometimes it will take time. Sometimes it will take time. It will be some calculations will be there, but questions are relatively easier to solve. Now let's see what they are saying. We have S1. S1 is what? Sum of 2n terms of NAP. So sum of 2n terms of NAP is what? 2n by 2, 2a plus 2n minus 1d. This is S1. S2. S2 is what? Sum of 4n terms of NAP. So 4n by 2, 2a plus 4n minus 1d. Now they are saying that S2 minus S1 is 1000. S2 minus S1 is 1000. So let's subtract S2 minus S1. So if I subtract S2 minus S1, what I will get? See, here I am getting 2 and 2 cancel, this cancel. Here I am getting 2 and 4n, so means 2n here. Now let's subtract. So n can be taken common. Then I will get what? 4a plus a10 minus 1, a10 minus 2d minus 2a minus 2n minus 1d. And this difference is given as 1000. Just subtract S2 minus S1. Now you are getting n, then 2a, a10 minus 2 and subtract 2n minus 1. So basically it will become 6n minus 1d. This is 1000. Now what they are asking? They are asking sum of 6n terms. Sum of 6n terms will be what? 6n by 2, 2a plus 6n minus 1. So it is basically 3 times 1000. Means 3000 should be the correct answer here, right? Let's see this question. Based on continuity, this function is continuous, so then you have to find a plus b. So you know that any function will be continuous if left limit, right limit, and actual value, all three should be same. The function is continuous at 0, so left limit at 0, right limit at 0, and actual value, all three should be same. So let's find left hand limit first. So left hand limit is basically what? Sine a plus 1 over a plus 1. So left hand limit is basically a plus 1 plus 2 by 2. Just simple. Use the formula sine theta over theta 1. So you can write sine a plus 1x over a plus 1x multiplied with a plus 1x. Sine 2x over 2x multiplied with 2x. And then so ultimately it comes out to be this. So basically it is a plus 3 by 2. Now let's check the right hand limit. Right hand limit is what? Limit x approaching to 0 plus. In fact, root x you can take common from the numerator and denominator. So you are left with here 1 plus b. See, root x is taken common. So basically x taken common from here, x square minus 1 and denominator will be bx square. Actually, I have taken root x common from numerator and denominator and just cancel it. Now, if I rationalize it by multiplying under root 1 plus bx square plus 1. So now it becomes limit x approaching to 0 plus numerator is bx square. Denominator is again bx square and then under root 1 plus bx square plus 1. So this is also cancelled. Now if when you put x0, this is actually half. Now function is continuous. So left limit a plus 3 by 2. It should be equal to right limit 1 by 2. And it should be equal to 1 by 2. And it should be equal to original value b also. So this gives you a is equal to minus 3, b is equal to half. And hence a plus b will be minus 5 by 2, means first option should be the correct option. Sorry, my bad, I've done calculation here, calculation error here. A will be minus 2, 1 minus 3. 2 and 2 cancel, so A will be minus 2, B will be half. So basically it is A plus 3 by 2 half. So A is minus 2, B is half. So yes, minus 2 plus half means minus 3 by 2 should be the correct option. My bad. C should be the correct answer. So you have to find the interval here where the function is increasing. So you know that a function is increasing where derivative is positive, right? So I have to differentiate this function first. Let's differentiate it. It will give you minus 4x square plus 4x plus 3. X positive here. And here if I differentiate using product rule, so I will get 3 e raised to x plus 3x e raised to x negative. Now let's check one by one if for x greater than 0 and for x less than 0. So let's check for x less than 0 first. If for x less than 0, function is increasing. If this derivative, let's take 3 e raised to x common here. So 1 plus x, it should be positive. Means x should be greater than minus 1. X should be greater than minus 1. Even if I take equality sign here. So that means here I am getting x belongs to minus 120. Right. Now for x greater than 0, this minus 4x square plus 4x plus 3 should be positive. Change the sign. So 4x square minus 4x minus 3 should be negative. Can I factorize it? Minus 12, yes, it will be factorized as 4x square minus 6x plus 2x minus 3. So if I take 2x common here, 2x minus 3 and again 2x minus 3. So this gives you x belongs to minus half to 3 by 2. But we have already taken x greater than 0 here. So this belongs to in fact, this gives you x belongs to 0 to 3 by 2. So here I got x minus 1 to 0. Here I got x 0 to 3 by 2. So if I combine these two, your function is increasing in minus 1 to 0, union 0 to 3 by 2, means minus 1 to 3 by 2. So option A should be the correct option. Minus 1 to 3 by 2 function is increasing. See this question now, question number 15. You are given a circle here whose center of the circle is what? Center of the circle is half comma minus 1, right? Half, yes. And radius of the circle is what? Under root 1 by 4 plus 1 minus 11 by 4. In fact, plus 11 by 4. The radius will be 2. Now what they are saying, P is a point on the circle. A line passes through the point C. C is the center of this circle. Makes an angle pi by 4 with the line CP and intersects the circle at the points Q and R. Okay. Then area of the triangle PQR. So what they are simply saying, if we have a circle whose radius is 2. So let's draw a circle first of radius 2. Very difficult to draw a circle with free hand. Pardon me if it's not looking like a circle. So we have a circle and the center of this circle is C. Right? P is a point on the circle. See, for the sake of convenience, what I'm doing, I'm shifting the center of the circle as to origin. Let's say the center C is shifted to origin. See, even if I shift the complete system to origin, area will not change. Area will remain as it is. I'm just shifting the position. For example, you have a ball and ball is in your hand or ball is in my hand. It will not change its shape. It will not change its size. Whatever is the diameter of the ball, that will remain same. Means area, volume, actually these things do not depend upon the position, where even if you change the position, area will remain same, length will remain same, volume will remain same. So I'm just changing the position just for convenience. I'm taking the center as origin just for the sake of convenience. Now what they are saying, P is any point on the circle. So again, for the convenience, I'm taking P point on the axis, x-axis itself. Okay, let's say this is the P point. Now what they are saying, a line passes through C and makes an angle pi by 4 with CP. So now I'm drawing a line at an angle of 45 degree with x-axis. This line. A line passes through C center and makes an angle and it meets the line CP uh, makes an angle pi by 4 with the line CP, and it intersects the circle at Q and R. Means this point is Q here, and if I extend here, this point is R. So what they are asking? They are asking area of triangle PQR. Area of this triangle PQR. So very easy now. See, radius of the circle is 2. So I can say this point is 2, 0. And this line is drawn at an angle of pi by 4 with the x-axis. This angle is pi by 4 here. This angle is 45° here. So that simply means this line is y is equal to x, QR line. The QR line is x minus y0 basically. Now area of triangle PQR will be what? Half QR into altitude. Altitude means length of perpendicular drawn from the point P to QR. So let's draw an altitude from the point P to QR like this. This is the altitude. So what will be the altitude length? Length of the perpendicular from P to QR. So altitude or length of perpendicular is what? Length of perpendicular from P to the line x minus y0. This is, I'm finding this altitude. Length of the perpendicular from P to the line x minus y0. So it will be in fact 2 minus 0 by root 2. So it is root 2. Now problem is solved. Your area will be basically what? Area will be area of triangle PQR will be basically half base. Base is this QR length, which is diameter of the circle, which is 4, and altitude is root 2. So this is 2. Very easy. See, if I shifted the center to origin, then question becomes very, very easy now. So 2 root 2 is the answer. 16th question. Very easy question based on King's rule. Basically, this integration is what? This integration is pi by 4 to 5 pi by 24 cube root of cos 2x over cube root of cos 2x plus cube root of sin 2x dx. Let's suppose 1. Basically, what we have done, I've changed tan x to sin by cos, right? I've written tan 2x as sin 2x over cos 2x. Now let's apply King's property. Means sum of limit is what? 6 pi by 24. 6 pi by 24 means pi by 4. So let's replace x with pi by 4 here. So x with pi by 4 minus x. So if you replace x with pi by 4 minus x here, sum of limit is pi by 4. So actually cos will become sin here. It will become sin 2x. And sin will become cos. Number 2. And now if you add these two, 1 and 2, so basically 2i becomes dx only, pi by 4 to 5 pi by. And now it is easy. Just calculate it. You will get your correct answer. Easy question. Very, very easy question. So your correct answer will be pi by 12 here. Let's move to question number 17 now. Sn is the sum of first n terms of an AP. S3n is 3 times S2n. So what will be S4n over S2n? So what they have given S3n is 3 times S2n. S3n means what? Sum of 3n terms, which is 3n by 2, 2a plus 3n minus 1t. And S2n is what? 2n by 2, 2a plus 2n minus 1t. Right? So this is S3n and this is S2n. Right? Now let's simplify it and see what happens. So basically I can cancel these 2 from the both sides, 3n from both sides. So this 2 is cancelled. 3n is also cancelled. This 3 and n is also cancelled. So now I'm left with 2a plus 3n minus 1d here on the left side. On the right side I have 4a plus 4n minus 2d. So this gives you 2a is equal to 3n minus 1 minus 4n plus 1d. 4n plus 2d. 2a will be 3n minus 1 minus 4n plus 2. So this gives you 2a is equal to, it is what? It is 1 minus nd. This is 2a. Now let's find S4n over S2n. S4n over S2n. So S4n is what? 4n by 2, 2a plus 4n minus 1d. And S2n is what? S2n is 2n by 2, 2a plus 2n minus 1d. Right? Now I can cancel here. 2 and 2 cancel. 2 and 4n cancel. So 2 here. And now let's substitute the value of 2a in both numerator and denominator. 2a is what? 1 minus nd. And then 4n minus 1d. In the denominator also, 2a is what? 1 minus nd. And then 2n minus 1d. So I'm getting 2. D taken common here in the numerator. So you are getting 4n minus n, 3n, and 1 cancel. 1 and minus 1. So 3n here. Here also D taken common. So 1 and 1 cancel, n here. So basically D and n cancel from numerator and denominator. It is 6. So after simplification, everything gets cancelled and it becomes 6. Let's see question number 18 now. This vector B is written as the sum of a vector B1, which is parallel to I plus j, and a vector B2, which is perpendicular to A. A is I plus j. Okay. So I have to write the vector B as a sum of B1 plus B2. So B can be written as B1 plus B2, and B1 is parallel to A. So since B1 is parallel to A, so I can write B1 vector as lambda times I plus j, or lambda times A, whatever you have to write. And B2 is perpendicular to A. Means B2 dot A will be 0. B2 is perpendicular. And B1 is basically lambda times A, because B1 is parallel to A. And now they have given that I can write B vector as B1 plus B2. B plus B1 plus B2. So B vector is what? Lambda A plus B. Now if I take the dot product with A both sides, So B dot A is lambda A square plus B2 dot A, which is 0. Now what is B dot A? B dot A is 3 plus 4. Sorry. B dot A will be what? B is 3J plus 4K. It will be 3 only. Let's check. B dot A, so I here 0, so J into 3, yes, 3 only B dot A. And lambda A square is actually 1 plus 1, 2. So you got lambda as 3 by 2. So now you can say that your vector B is basically what? Lambda A plus B2. Lambda is 3 by 2. So 3 by 2A plus B2. The vector B is 3 by 2A plus B2. Now I have to find B1 cross B2. I have to find B1 cross B2. So let's find B2 first. See, let's find B1 and B2 first. So B1 is what? B1 is lambda A, lambda times A I plus J. So B1 is basically 3 by 2I plus 3 by 2J. Just put here. So B1 will be lambda times I plus J. And if B1 is known, so I can get B2 also. B2 is simply B minus B1. B2 is simply B minus B1. So it is 3J plus 4K minus 3 by 2I minus 3 by 2J. So it is minus 3 by 2I plus 3 by 2J plus 4K. Now what they are asking? They are asking B1 cross B2. So just find the cross product using determinant I, J, K. B1 is what? 3 by 2, 3 by 2, 0. And B2 is what? Minus 3 by 2, 3 by 2, 4. Now just expand this determinant. That will be your final answer. So when you expand this determinant, you see here IJK, this is B1, 3 by 2, 3 by 2, 0, minus 3 by 2, 3 by 2, 4. So when you expand this determinant, your final answer will be 6I minus 6J plus 9 by 2K. And 6I minus 6J plus 9 by 2K is which option? It is option A, 6I minus 6J plus 9 by 2K. Right? Chalo, let's move to the next question. Number of solutions or number of values of x belonging to 0 to 2 pi and satisfying this equation. So I have to find the number of solutions of this equation in the interval 0 to 2 pi. So see, I can write this equation as 2 times 2 cos 3x cos x and then cos 2x. I can write like this. It is 1 on the right side. 1 here. 2 times 2 cos 3x cos x into 1. Now it is 2 times 2 cos a cos b is what? Cos of a plus b, which is cos 4x, plus cos of a minus b, which is cos 2x, and into cos 2x again, it is 1. Now this will be 2 cos 4x cos 2x plus 2 cos squared 2x minus 1. Now 2 cos 4x cos 2x, it can be written as cos 2 cos A cos B is cos of A plus B, which is cos 6x, plus cos of A minus B, which is cos 2x. And 2 cos squared 2x minus 1 is cos 4x. This is 0. Why have written like this? 6 4 10 6 2 2 4 6. In fact, let's write like this. That will be better. In fact, let me rewrite this one again. Let's keep this cos 2x and cos x together here, and cos 3x here, 1. So now I will get 2 cos A cos B, cos of A plus B, which is cos 3x, cos of A minus B, which is cos x, into cos 3x. 2 cos A cos B, cos of A plus B, plus cos of A minus B. Now I am getting 2 cos square 3x minus 1, and then 2 cos 3x cos x. So again, same problem, I'm getting 2 cos 3x, cos 3x, cos square 3x. It will become cos 6x, and then cos 2x, and cos 4x. The same thing, I'm getting cos 6x, 2 cos square theta minus 1. Right. So it is cos 6x. And then 6x and 4x will be what? 6x plus 4x by 2, 5x and 2x. So just a minute, let me check. In fact, earlier I've written right. 2 cos 2x, if I write separately, cos 3x cos x together, so that will be better. So earlier I've written cos 3, that's it. That pair, this pair will be, let me rewrite this. Actually, if I write like this, then it will be better. 2 times, I'm writing cos 3x and cos x together. Same formula will be using. In fact, just we have to check which combination will give you the shortest solution. The shortest solution I will get if I take cos 3x and cos x together. Why? Let's see. Let's use 2 cos A cos B. So cos of A plus B, which is cos 4x, cos of A minus B, which is cos 2x, and then cos 2x. Yes, now I'm getting shortest one. So I'm getting 2 cos 4x cos 2x, and then 2 cos square 2x minus 1. Now this is 2 cos 4x cos 2x, and this 2 cos square 2x minus 1 is also cos 4x. So ultimately it will give you two possibilities, cos 4x 0 or cos 2x minus half. If cos 4x is 0, so then 4x will be odd multiple of pi by 2, 2n plus 1 pi by 2, means x is 2n plus 1 pi by 8. And if cos 2x is minus half can be written as cos 120 degree. So then 2x can be written as 2n pi plus minus 2 pi by 3. So I can write here 2n pi plus minus 2 pi by 3. So x will be what? N pi plus minus pi by. And now just see how many solutions you will get in this interval 0 to 2 pi. So if you write the solution here, so from the first one you will get pi by 8, 3 pi by 8, 5 pi by 8, 7 pi by 8, 9 pi by 8, 11 pi by 8, 13 pi by 8, and 15 pi by 8. So 8 solutions you are getting from first one only. Pi by 8, 3 pi by 8, 5 pi by 8, 7 pi by 8, 8 solutions. And from the second one you will get pi by 3. Then you will get 2 pi by 3. Then you will get 4 pi by 3. And one more you will get 2 pi minus pi by 3, 5 pi by 3. The total 12 solutions you are getting here. Number of solutions will be 12. Alpha, beta, gamma are the roots of this cubic. Omega is an imaginary cube root of unity, and alpha minus 1 over beta minus 1 plus beta minus 1 over gamma minus 1 plus gamma minus 1 over alpha minus 1 is p into omega raised to q. And p and q are integers here. Then the number of ordered pair pq such that p plus q is 15. Okay. See, if you look at this equation carefully, x cube minus 3x square plus 3x plus 7. So I can write this equation as perfect cube x minus 1 whole cube, and x minus 1 whole cube is what? X cube minus 3x square plus 3x minus 1. So I have to write 8 here. So this equation can be written. So basically x minus 1 whole cube is minus 8. So hence x minus 1 is basically cube root of minus 8. So x minus 1 is basically cube root of minus 8. And cube root of minus 8 are what? Cube root of minus 8 are minus 2 omega and minus 2 omega square. Right? Minus 2 omega minus 2 omega square. So x will be what? X will be minus 1 minus 2 omega and 1 minus 2 omega square. So these are basically alpha, beta, gamma. Means one of them will become alpha, then beta. Then you don't know which one is alpha, which one is beta, which one is gamma. But one of them is alpha, one of them is beta, one of them is gamma. Now if I put these values here, let's say I'm saying, okay, this is alpha, beta, gamma, not necessarily in this order. Maybe alpha is middle one, gamma is the first one, but alpha, beta, gamma are these three. Now if I put here alpha minus 1 over beta minus 1, beta minus 1 over gamma minus 1, gamma minus 1 over, and simplify, just put these values. Just put these values, alpha minus 1, beta minus 1, gamma minus 1, and simplify. So it will simplify to 3 omega or 3 omega square if you take all the possible combinations of alpha, beta, gamma. In any case, in this alpha minus 1 over beta minus 1, beta minus 1 over gamma minus 1, gamma minus 1 over alpha minus 1. This will be either 3 omega or 3 omega square. Two possibilities are 3 omega or 3 omega square. Now they are saying that this is p omega q. This is p omega raised to q. So they have given that this is equal to p omega raised to q. So that simply means p must be 3. P must be 3. And if p is 3, so then q must be 12 because p plus q is 15. P plus q is 15, so Q must be 12. But if I take Q as 12, so then P omega raised to Q is actually 3 omega raised to 12. And omega raised to 12 is always 1. So it will become 3. That means कि P omega cube will not be equal to either 3 omega or 3 omega square. So if I take P as 3, Q as 12, so then P omega cube becomes 3, while P omega Q should be 3 omega or 3 omega square. So that means कि this is never possible. It is never possible that कि P plus Q is 15 and this sum becomes P omega Q. Means there is no ordered pair PQ such that P plus Q is 15. Because if I take P plus Q is equal to 15, then P becomes 3, Q becomes 12, and this sum becomes equal to 3. While this sum should be equal to 3 or 3 omega square. So hence, no such pair exists, means A is the correct answer here. P minus 2 minus 1, 1. Q 56 by 17, 43 by 17, 1 by 7. Be the vertices of a rhombus PRQS. So you have a rhombus here, PRQS. Actually, there is a catch in this question. Usually we read it as PQRS. Intentionally they have written PRQS. But they have written PRQS, not PQRS. That means कि one diagonal is PQ and the other diagonal is RS. And you know that the diagonals of a rhombus are always perpendicular. So that means कि PQ dot RS should be 0. PQ dot RS should be 0. So PQ vector is what? PQ vector is Q minus P, means 56 by 17 plus 2, 43 by 17 plus 1, 111 by 17 minus 1. This is PQ vector. Now this is what? 56 and 34. What is this? 56 and 34. So it will be 56 and 34. 0. 90 actually. 90 by 70. Then 60 by 70. And 111 minus 17. It is what? 111 minus 17 will be what? 94 by 70. This is PQ vector. And the direction ratios of diagonal RS are already given. So direction ratios of RS are alpha minus 1 beta. Now PQ dot RS should be 0 because they are perpendicular. So alpha into 19 by 70. Beta into, oh sorry, minus 1 into 16 by 70. Minus 60 by 70. Plus beta into 94 by 70. This should be 0. So this gives you 19 alpha minus 60 plus 94 beta is equal to 0. Am I right? Let me check whether I'm doing some calculation error. 90 alpha plus 94 beta is 60. This is what I'm getting. I'm getting 19. Oh, sorry, it was 90. I have written 19. It was 90 here. 90 it was actually. You can see here 90. So 90 alpha plus 94 beta minus 60 is equal to 0. Now they are saying that alpha beta are integers. Then what will be the minimum absolute value of alpha square plus beta square? Minimum absolute value of alpha square plus beta square. To see, if I rearrange this one, I can write it as 90 alpha plus 94 beta is equal to 60. 2 can be cancelled here. So I'm getting 45 alpha plus 47 beta is equal to 30. 45 alpha plus 47 beta is equal to 30. Or I can write what beta is equal to 30 minus 45 alpha by 17. Or I can write beta by 15 is equal to 15 taken common here. So 2 minus 3 alpha by 17. Is 17 or 47? 47 it is. Two minus 3 alpha by 47. Now you have to choose alpha or beta in such a way that alpha beta, in fact you have to choose alpha in such a way that this right hand side should become an integer. This right hand side should become an integer, right? So see, the smallest value of alpha for which smallest numerical value of alpha for which this becomes an integer, if I take alpha as minus 15, so then I get beta by 15 minus 15. If I, yes, I'm getting 1, so I will get beta is equal to 15. So these are the smallest numerical values of alpha and beta satisfying this equation. So now what will be alpha square plus beta square? 225 plus 225 means 450. See, basically you have to choose alpha in such a way that numerator is divisible by 47. Numerator must be divisible by 47. So just see, it will become 47 when alpha is equal to minus 15. This is the smallest numerical value. You may get many values for which numerator is divisible by 47. But since you have to choose the smallest numerical value, so that's why minus 15 is taken here. Let's see this question now based on area. Area enclosed by the lines x plus y is equal to 2, y is equal to 0, x is equal to 0. So let's draw the graph first. Let's say this is y-axis. X-axis. And the line x plus y is equal to 2. So this is the line x plus y is equal to 2. This point is 2 comma 0. This point is 0 comma 2, right? So area enclosed by x plus y is equal to 2 means this line, x is equal to 0 means y-axis, or y is equal to 0 means x-axis. But I have one more curve. Minimum of x square plus 3 by 4 and 1 plus integral part. See, this y is equal to x square plus 3 by 4. It is basically an upward parabola having vertex at 0 comma 3 by 4. So let's draw an upward parabola like this. this parabola is y is equal to x square plus 3 by 4. And if you solve this parabola with the line x plus y is equal to 2, this line is y is equal to x plus 5 by 2. So if I solve x plus y is equal to 2 and y is equal to x square plus 3 by 4. Just to see this point of intersection. What is this point of intersection? So what I will get? Just equate them, equate the value of y. So I will get 2 minus x square plus 3 by 4. So I will get 8 minus 4x square plus 3. So I will get 4x square plus 4x is equal to 5. And this gives you x is equal to, I think 1 by 4 I will get here. Let me check. X is equal to 1 by 4, so this is 1. And yes, so this point has x coordinate 1 by 4. And when you put x as 1 by 4, the y coordinate will be 2 minus 1 by 4, which is 7 by 4. In fact, you will get one more than one, in fact, two values of x here, but the other value will not be lying in this interval 0 to 2. Obviously, the point of intersection lies between 0 and 2. So you will choose only that value of x which lies between 0 and 2. Now let's draw this 1 plus integral part of x. So see, between 0 and 1, integral part is 0. So this will be y is equal to 1. So between 0 and 1, let me take 1 here. This will be y is equal to 1. 1 will be, this point is basically 0 comma 3 by 4. 1 will be here. Let's say 1 is here. And for 1 to 2, that line will become actually y is equal to 2. So that will be above this curve. So now which area I have to find? Yeah, I have to take the minimum of these two, minimum of this one and this one. So see, minimum will be what? Minimum will be from 0 to, what is this point? Let me check this point also. What is this point? This is the point where y is 1. This is 0 comma 1. So when you put y1 here, so x square 1 minus 3, it will be half actually here. So how it is 1 by 4? Let me check. I think I have done some error here. 4 into 1. No, it is not 1 by 4, this point. My bad. Let me solve this equation. This point is not 1 by 4. It is actually 4x square plus 4x minus 50. Let's use quadratic formula here. So minus 4, 16, 80 by 8. Quadratic formula, minus b plus minus under root b square minus 4ac. So minus 4 plus minus 80 and 16, 96. 96 is what? Means in fact, that means I'm not getting a rational root. Is it irrational? Let me check. Or I don't require that point. Okay. I don't require that point because I have to take the area with minimum. Okay. Let me check. Maybe I don't require this point. Let me check the area first. Which area I need. Actually, I need this area. Minimum of these two. The first minimum is this curve from here to here, 0 to half. and one will be actually lying here. One will be actually lying here. One will be actually lying here. This point will be 1 comma 1. This point is 1 comma 1. This point is not 1 by 4, 3 by 4. So first minimum will be which curve? First minimum will be from 0 to half, this one, and then half to 1. This is 1 here, this curve. And then this curve. So I have to find this area, actually, this area. Area bounded by minimum, this line, x-axis and y-axis. So this area will be what? 0 to half, integrate this one, which is x square plus 3 by 4 dx. Then half to 1, this one, half to 1, this area. It is basically a rectangle with base length half, altitude length 1. So area will be half into 1. And then this curve and this triangle actually. This is the triangle with base length 1, altitude length 1. So half 1 into 1. Now just calculate, you will get your area. So this area is basically what? 17. Let's see question number 23 now. M and N are the number of real roots of these two equations. Then what will be M square plus Mn plus N square? So first see the number of real roots of this equation, first equation. So first equation is what? X square minus 12x plus integral part of x. Integral part of x I can write x minus fractional part of x plus 31 0. X square minus 12x. Integral part of x is x minus fractional part of x plus 31. So I'm getting what? X square minus 11x plus 31 is equal to fractional part of x. X square minus 12 plus 11 minus 11x plus 31 fractional part of x. Right. Now you know that ki fractional part of x must lie between 0 and 1. So fractional part of x must lie between 0 and 1. So this means 0 less than or equal to x square minus 11x plus 31 less than x square minus 11x plus 31 greater than or equal to 0 and less than 1. So let's solve this inequality now. If I solve this inequality, or in fact, can I draw the graph? The graph will be easier in fact. Let's draw the graph. Graph will be easier here. Let's draw the graph of y is equal to x square minus 11x plus 31 and y is equal to fractional part of x, and see whether these two graphs meet, and if they meet, so then they meet at how many points? The number of points of intersection of these two graphs is the number of solutions of this equation. So basically I have to check at how many points these two graphs meet. So let's draw the graph. So you know the graph of fractional part of x. Fractional part of x 0 to 1. This is the graph. then 1 to 2, then 2 to 3, like this, then 3 to 4, then 4 to 5, then 5 to 6, like this. And this parabola y is equal to x square minus 11x plus 31. This parabola has vertex at 11 by 2. And our discriminant is what? Discriminant is 121 b square minus 4ac. So 124. The vertex is minus b by 2a minus d by 4a. So it is actually minus 3 minus d by 4a means 3 by 4. The vertex of this parabola is half 11 by 2 comma 3 by 4. 11 means 5.5. 5.5. So let's say this is 5 here, this is 4 here, let's say this is 3 here, this is 2 here, this is 6 here, this is 7 here, let's say this is x-axis. Now the parabola has vertex at 11 by 2 comma 3 by 4. 11 by 2 comma 3 by 4 means what? Means vertex will be at 5.5 here. See, x coordinate is 5.5 means in the middle one, and y coordinate is what? 3 by 4. 3 by 4 will be above this line because at 5 by 2 this is half, so above this line. And you can check that 4 and 5 actually satisfy 4 comma 1 and 5 comma 1 actually satisfy this parabola. This point is 4 comma 1. This point is 5 comma 1. Just check. If I put 4 here, so 16, 4 comma 1 and 5 comma 1, or oh sorry, 5.5, no, my bad, 5 comma 1 and 6. Vertex is 11 by 2, not vertex is here. So this point is 5 comma 1, this point is 6 comma 1. So you can see that if I put 5, 25 and 31 feet, yes, 5 comma 1 satisfies this parabola, 6 comma 1 also satisfies this parabola, 36 and 31. So that will become 67, yes. So your parabola will go like this. It will come down, turn here, and then goes here from here. This is the parabola. The vertex of the parabola is this point, which is 11 by 2 comma 3 by 4. Parabola passes through this point 6 comma 1 and 5 comma 1. But at this point 5 comma 1 and 6 comma 1, fractional part is open here. So that means it is not meeting the fractional part, means no solution here. No solution here. And number of solution of this equation was called m here. So m is 0. Now I have to find n. N means number of solution of this equation. So this one is easy. Just take two cases, x plus 2 positive, x plus 2 negative. So let's take the case when x plus 2 is positive. So this equation will become x square minus 5x minus 10 minus 40. So x square minus 5x minus 14 0. This gives you x is equal to 5 plus minus under root 25. 4ac will be what? 56 by 2. And in fact, this is 5 plus minus under root 70, 81, no? 81, 9. So it can be factorized, I think, 5x minus 14. X square minus 5x minus 14, 0. So I think it can be factorized x minus 7, x plus 2. let's say I've taken x plus 2 greater than or equal to 0 here. So I'm getting x is equal to minus 2 and 7. And both the solutions satisfy this inequality greater than or equal to minus 2. So both will be taken here. Now let's take the second case when x plus 2 negative. So I'm getting x square plus 5x plus 10 minus 40. So this time I'm getting x square plus 5x plus 60. And can I factorize it? X plus 2, x plus 3. So x is equal to minus 3 and minus 2. Minus 2 I have already counted in the first case. So minus 3 here. That means I'm getting 3 solutions. Minus 2, 7 and minus 3. So n is 3 here. Now if you put here m is equal to 0, n is equal to 3. So your answer will be 9. So 9 is the correct answer here. Image of the point 1, 2, 3 in the line this is Q. R alpha beta gamma be a point that divides internally the line segment PQ in the ratio 1 is to 3, then the value of this. Okay. So basically what they are saying, we have a line. Say this is the line. This is the line. And if I take the image of the point P with respect to this line, P point is what? 1, 2, 3. So image of this point is Q. And R divides PQ in the ratio 1 is to 3. Let's say this point is M here, midpoint. R divides PQ in the ratio 1 is to 3. So let's say R point is here. R is dividing PQ in the ratio 1 is to 3. So that means R will be midpoint of PM. R is basically the midpoint of PM. So you can say that R is the midpoint of PM. And R they have given alpha beta gamma. This R is given as alpha beta gamma. So I have to get this alpha beta gamma. Now let's see. M point is on the line. So any point on this line, I can take it as C. Any point on this line, I can take it as 3 lambda plus 6, 2 lambda plus 1, 3 lambda plus 2. This is a general point on this line. 3 lambda plus 6, 2 lambda plus 1, 3 lambda plus 2. Let's say this point is M. So I can get this vector PM. Vector PM is basically M minus P. So it is 3 lambda plus 5, 2 lambda minus 1, and 3 lambda minus 1. Now obviously PM vector is perpendicular to the line. So that means if I take the dot product of PM, if I take the dot product of PM with 3 to 3, so this dot product should be 0. If I take the dot product of this 3 to 3 with PM, dot product should be 0. So let's take the dot product. 9 lambda plus 15, 4 lambda minus 2, 9 lambda minus 3. This is 0. So this gives you 9 and 9, 18 and 4, 22 lambda. And then 15 minus 5, so plus 10. So lambda will be minus 5 by 11. Now you got lambda minus 5 by 11. So what will be alpha plus beta plus gamma? What they are asking 22 times alpha plus beta plus gamma. So 22 times alpha. Alpha is what? 3 lambda plus 7 by 2. Midpoint formula. Beta is what? 2 lambda plus 3 by 2. And gamma is what? 3 lambda plus 5 by 2. Now simplify. So you are getting 22 times 3 and 2, 5 and 3, 8 lambda. 3 and 2, 5 and 3, 8, yes. 7 and 3, 10 and 15 by 2. So basically it is 11 times 8 lambda. And lambda is minus 5 by 11 plus 15. So ultimately it is minus 40 plus 165. So it should be 125. So this should be 125 if I've not done any calculation error. So yes, 125 is correct. Okay, let's see the last question, and I'm tired, very tired. The fourth term in this binomial expansion is this. So let's see the fourth term. Fourth term is what? 6c3 2 by x raised to 6 minus 3 x raised to log x with the base 8 whole raised to 3. And this is given as 20 into 8 raised to 7. In fact, 6c3 is 20, so 20 and 20 cancel. So you got here 8 by x cube and then x raised to log x with the base 8 whole cube. This is 8 raised to 7. Ultimately, it is x raised to log x with the base 8 over x whole cube. It is 8 raised to 6, or you can say 64 whole cube. So hence x raised to log x with the base 8, x raised to log x with the base 8 minus 1 is 64. Now if you take log both sides with the base 8, so you will get log x with the base 8 minus 1 and again log x with the base 8 is equal to log 64 with the base 8, which is 2. Now let's suppose this log x with the base 8 is basically t. So it is t minus 1 into t 2. So this gives you t square. In fact, straight away you can see that t will be 2 here. So this gives you t is equal to 2. T is 2 means log x with the base 8 is 2. So hence x will be 64. In fact, if you solve this equation, t square minus t minus 2, 0. So its factor will be t minus 2, t plus 1. So basically you are getting two values of t. T will be either 2 or minus 1. But when you take t will be either 2 or minus 1. If you take minus 1 here, so x will be 8 raised to minus 1, which is 1 by 8. But they have given that x is greater than or equal to 1. So hence this value is rejected. Only 64 is the correct answer. Means 64 will be correct, right? Chalo, let's wrap up the session, guys. Bye bye. Take care. Bye, everyone. See you next time. God bless you all. Bye bye. Take care.